All right, everybody, welcome back to Out of This World Live. I'm your host, Patrick, a.k.a. OTW. Give me a mic check. Am I coming in loud and clear? What's up to y'all? Shout out to the chat. Welcome, everybody, back to the show. We are Tuesday today, 11:01 a.m. here, Eastern Time, Montreal, Canada. And it's a beautiful day. Beautiful, beautiful day outside. It's absolutely phenomenal. All right, so let's shout out to the people that are here today already in chat. We got Mr. Bearjew coming in with the traditional Nama Slave. Welcome, Mr. Bearjew. We also have Mr. E, channel member, ladies and gentlemen, coming in with his also traditional little emoji cones. We also have Logical Spark, says, good morning all you debt slaves. Jesse White, channel member, also fellow YouTuber, is in chat. Welcome to Jess White. Hank Oflamio coming in with the hard-hitting $5 super chat saying computers and robots can't even claim to be the demiurge. They are gods in the ideology sense at best, and they are closer to slaves in my opinion. Well, shout out to Hank for the $5 super chat. Welcome to the show, Hank. We got What's Up Cynthia says make sure to hit that like button. All right. Welcome to the show, Cynthia. We got Mad Chatter. The Mad Chatter is in chat coming up with these little emoji cones. Welcome to the show. We also have Miss Danny Skylark, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, says happy rising all in OTW. Coming in with these little mushroom symbols, right? Hank Oflamio says mic check passed. All right, thank you very much. Freedom Grower says this is big. This is big news. Try my best to come up with the most interesting topics that I can, as long as it follows into like the things that I'm interested in, because I am a kind of a gadget tech freak. I like technology. Yeah, I'm a big fan of science fiction and all that stuff. So, anyway, thinking of all this, I mean, is AI and quantum technology our new god? Is it? I mean, let's be honest, completely honest with ourselves. I mean, everybody's on the internet now. Everyone has a phone. It's the media god, like the TV show American Gods, right? On Amazon. It's like, yeah. It's got these different gods. All the old gods are dying out, but these new gods, these media gods and technological gods, and all these new gods are surfacing up and taking control, right? And what was I gonna say? I got so much freaking articles and shit like to look over. So I got like different like talking points. Scientism has a problem. It can't be verified scientifically. That's one of the articles I have. We also have like a lecture on a book of quantum named Does God Play Dice? But it seems to be in Chinese, so I don't know. It might not be something I'll be able to read. You know what? I think I'm just going to click X on that one. Okay, can quantum physics teach us about God and ourselves? So we got that one. And I got some, let me see here, quantum mechanics and the upholding power of God. Right? What else do we got here? We got quantum physics and the existence of God. What else do we got? I also have what God, quantum mechanics, and consciousness have in common. We also have a physicist talks God and the quantum. So that might be interesting. And then I also got, actually that's it. That was the last one. That was the last one, yeah. Physicist talks God and quantum and the quantum. All right. Okay. That's pretty much it. 15 people watching. Hit the like button. Share this out. Anybody wants to join the show and come on up and talk about this, go ahead. The link is now dropped in chat. So I guess we could also like kind of start with a video. I was thinking like, hold on a second. Let me just get my shit together. Because I'm lost in my tabs. This is great. Okay. Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay. Copy this. Paste that over here. And voila. Okay. Okay, we're trying to get this. was the thing I did? Okay. Oh boy. Oh yeah, that seems pretty interesting right here. There we go. Okay, I got it. All right, so there we go, folks. I got something. Oh shit, dumbass. You know when you're there and you're trying to do shit and you just click the wrong button? Hey, Jay Heighton just walked in. He goes, if this world is run by Lucifer, why am I fighting to stay here and be part of it? That makes a lot of sense. Wow, that would be a really hard question to answer. It's like, well, what if, watch this, what if Lucifer was actually the God, right? And they kind of like perverted and turned him into the evil one to get the masses to kind of like not worship that God. So then the masses would be treated poorly by the God because of their rejection of the said God, right? I don't know. I don't know. So let's get back to the video. Got to share screen. It's got a lot of work to do here. Share this screen. There we go. I got it. I am on the ball. All right. Let's welcome Mr. Freedom Grower to this technological, godly program.
Top of the morning to you, OTW. How's it going?
Doing great, my friend. Doing great.
Tip of the morning to you.
Yeah, we're an hour away from noon. So
it's looking good out here.
Yeah, it's really sunny and clear. I mean, look, if I turn off my virtual background, there you go. You see how the light, it's like coming in and just so freaking clear, Is it me or did you like freeze? Yeah, I think Freedom Grower froze. I turned on my camera and he kind of like, my whole appearance, my face, everything just scared him. I petrified him. Just by opening up my camera, I petrified Freedom Grower. I petrified Dick. Dick is now petrified. There's nothing we can. There you go. I killed Dick. Damn it. All right, I got to turn my virtual camera back on. Okay, so I don't do any harm to anyone else. Hold on a sec. There we go. You can come back, Freedom. Hopefully he'll be risen back from the dead. Meanwhile, I'll be adding this video to the the joys of live streaming, folks. The joys of live streaming, folks. All right. What am I doing here? Just play the video, OTW. Shut the fuck up.
I'm still kind of in independent messages. I'm not really doing a series, but I think I might hang out on the idea of prayer for a few weeks. So today, I want to jump into this message called Quantum Entanglement and the Power of Prayer. I know. Too much Star Trek? I actually don't like Star Trek. But I like science. So. Is Star Trek science? That was a test. Yeah. Anyway, so what in the world does that mean? Okay, I have a couple of goals here. Number one, I want to restore our confidence and hope in prayer. Prayer is powerful. It just absolutely is. And I think sometimes when we pray, we don't recognize how powerful it can be. So I want to use kind of a modern day metaphor parable from science to reflect into the power of prayer. I'm not going to try to build some type of case that the quantum realm is the spiritual realm, not trying to dig out any kind of mysteries to teach you some kind of secret or nothing like that. It's just, okay, this is how the physical world works at the smallest level. And then Romans 1:20 says this, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen. Now, catch what he's saying here. The invisible things are clearly seen. How? Being understood by the things that are made. And now he gives this also to even his eternal power and Godhead so that they are without excuse. The they is those that have rejected God or say that there is no God. He's talking about that early Roman culture. And so essentially what he's saying is you should be able to even just look at nature and deduce there is a God, right? That's what he's saying. But there's also this principle here that you can understand the unseen realm by looking at the created realm. You can understand the invisible realm by observing that which is made. And it's just insight. Now, what does that look like? Jesus used that principle in his parables about sowing seeds, right? Farming principles he used, investment, finance type metaphors. So that's what this is. This is not a science lesson because I'm not a scientist and I'm probably not necessarily going to explain all these terms and processes exactly right. But it's a metaphor in that, oh my goodness, if even the physical observable realm operates this way, how much more that invisible spiritual realm reflects that? Because the created realm reflects the invisible spiritual realm. Are you with me? Does that make sense? So I want to restore our hope in the power of prayer, because and everything has been politicized, has it not? Even prayer. You see in political.
I would just replace what he's saying about prayer by meditation, okay? That's the only thing so far that I would not agree with, Or let's just, from my perspective, prayer doesn't necessarily mean speaking to God, but more or less maybe listening to God, right? So this is why I might not necessarily agree with this prayer thing. I think it's more about meditating on God, not praying to him. He knows your heart, so I don't think you really you don't have much to ask him. He already knows everything you need, that you want. All of that is written in stone. So it's you don't really have that much to worry about when you really come to think of it. So if that's the case, then there is no praying to be done. It's meditating. It's contemplating and experiencing God, not talking and filling up some kind of airtime or something while you're. He knows. He's all knowing. What he even knows what you're gonna pray about. It's right? Am I wrong? So if that's the case, then why pray at all? It's there's no point in it. It's doesn't make any sense to me anyway. Meditation does, but not prayer. Anyway, that's my opinion.
Parties debating and having these conversations, and the parties love to take their special different oppressed groups and leverage them against other groups, and it's all just usury and gross, really. But there was kind of a movement, and there was even a hashtag going around the internet that said, we need more than prayer. I can't remember exactly what it was, but we need action, not prayer. Because to a large group of those people that were combating the idea of prayer, what they were saying is, prayer does nothing.
Okay.
Don't send me your well wishes.
Okay. You see, the freak, I think you get to know me good, right? You know how to trigger me, okay? What the hell what are you saying? This is what you just said there this is for me one of the most ridiculous phrases I've ever read in my whole life. Okay? You believe that prayer moves the heart of God. God, do I feel like freaking laughing? Hold on. Wait a minute. Have something for this. Give it a minute. There it is. That's my answer to that.
Take some action. And that's the sentiment. And I think even that idea has crept into our mindsets too. It's like, well, I pray and I don't see anything happen, so therefore, why should I even pray? Now, don't raise your hand. Again, don't raise your hand. But have you ever felt like, I don't think I'm going to pray because I don't really think it would do any good? Or you raise his foot, yeah. Or it's like, I've prayed before, nothing happened, and it diminishes your expectation of the power of prayer, right? Well, I understand that. And we talk a lot about that. We talk a lot about the heart. We talk a lot about receiving and experiencing the things that Jesus died for us to experience. The receptivity, Jesus teaches in Mark 4, the receptivity of your heart to the promises of God, the kingdom of God, the seed of the word of God. It's kind of all wrapped up together to those things that Jesus paid for. The receptivity of your heart, in other words, that area that you believe from, will determine the degree of the kingdom that will manifest into your life. That's the 30, 60, and 100-fold of the word sown. And it's not God determining the degree, it's the receptivity of your heart to embrace it and receive it and cultivate it and let it be birthed into your life as fruit, as provision, or whatever it might be. And we're not talking about whether or not you have enough faith to make the seed grow, because Jesus corrects that thinking by saying, here's how it works. The farmer casts seed in the ground. He goes to sleep. He wakes up. He doesn't know how it happens, but the seed produces after its own kind, which then draws back to the validity of the idea. The receptivity of the soil or your heart is what determines. And the receptivity of your heart is not how much faith you put on that seed, how hard you confess it, how hard you pray. It's really how much are you in agreement with who God says he is. If you want to have great faith, be fully persuaded.
Does this make any sense to anybody out here? Anybody want to clarify this for me or translate this back to dumbed down English so I can understand? Because it might be because I'm Canadian, but it's just not sinking in.
Persuaded of who God is and what he said, like Abraham and Sarah, who were given this great promise of a nation being birthed through them. It was when their hearts were fully persuaded, then they were at a place where it could be birthed into their lives. Now, if you read the story of Abraham and Sarah and come away with the conclusion that once they were faithful, then God gave them the blessing, then to me, that's almost like a Newtonian type of idea, cause and effect. You did good, so now you...
So this is a very poor correlation to quantum physics or quantum technology. I might have to change the video. I mean, I might. Oh, hold on a second. Let me add Freedom Grow to the stage. Welcome back, Freedom.
Howdy. I don't know if my camera's working. I got some technology issues going on here, OTW.
Yeah, well, see what happens is they are coming up with all of this fantastic technology, but I guess what they're forgetting to put in there is quality, right?
It's not reliable.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what sucks about it. It's the reliability or length of life, right? Or quality of products. It's like everything is just cheap and breaks down over a short period of time, man. It's just terrible. All right, so we got some interesting guests backstage. Hold on, let's bring them up. We got Mr. Truther Cop. Welcome to the show, sir. Would you like to pipe up so we know it's you?
How's it going, Mom?
All right, that's you. We got another guest. We have What's Up, Cynthia.
What up, homie?
All right, so that's that for the vetting. Welcome to the show, guys. What are your thoughts? You believe that AI and quantum technology is gonna be the new god of this realm?
Well, yeah. But I came up to talk to you, ask you about that prayer and why you thought that what that statement that the freak wrote was funny.
All right. Yeah. So I kind of have commentary on that too. And then you brought up the quantum AI bit and how it even fits in. God's sitting beyond time, and we can have, so our whole life and all of our experiences are happening in a different time. So it's like when we focus on something, God will bring it to us in a cycle. Despite it will change his heart, I would say, because he's
right. But I don't believe that has anything to do with you speaking to him and asking him for things. It's more about intent and how much energy you're willing to put into what you're, I guess, asking. Or it doesn't have anything to do with God. Already knows what you want. There's no point.
So when my kids were younger and they would have situations like either going to a school dance or something, and I knew what they were debating, what they should ask me. I never walked in the room and said, guess what? I already know what you want to ask me, and I'm here to answer it for you. I never knew that, never did that. I always waited for them to come and talk to me because even though I knew what they needed or what they wanted, I still needed them to come and ask me because it wasn't my place to go in there and do that and just automatically answer it for them. They needed to learn how to ask because no matter who you are in this world, there comes a time you're going to have to ask for something, whether it be
Right, but I think that is completely selfish. And in this asking process, who are you really asking? Are you asking God or are you asking yourself
I'm
to
asking
get your act together and get shit going so you can manifest what you actually desire? Because I think this is what the whole process is actually about. The process. That's what it's all about. It has nothing to do with making demands or asking for things. To a superior being who created you, knows you inside out, and already knows your heart, knows what you want, knows what you need, and gives you what you need in the moments that it's necessary for you to grow. But I don't believe that there is any prayer involved there besides meditating and listening to what he has to say, not the other way around.
So even like if you have problems with like, hey, I don't understand this thing, you don't think you should ask the Lord to help you see that better or understand or help me learn the lesson in it? You're just going to stay in the chaos and confusion?
No, that's pretty much just your perception. Just by saying that, you're confining what I'm saying into two different categories, which is, a child's play at this point. Cynthia, what I'm trying to explain to you is there's a bigger, there's a bigger picture to see here, right? There's not just this factor of you thinking that you're going to stay in this particular realm of chaos, because when you're meditating on particular things, you're in silence and you're letting these either words, images, phrases pass through your mind, and you're letting God give you that opportunity to choose your next move, because he's the one communicating the information that you need to continue on. But if you're filling up that particular space of nothingness, all right, with gibberish and a bunch of prayers and stuff, and you're literally probably hearing your own voice in your mind, that is clouding up the space that you need for God to send you that information so you can navigate and continue in that process where you're trying to better yourself or better the situation that you're in. But I have no belief whatsoever that you crying out to some sort of superpower to come and save your ass is delusional, in my opinion. You are the one who is going to craft your life. You are the arbiter and the architect of everything that happens to you in your own life. Okay, so I don't believe that God has a necessary influence on that. Besides maybe helping you have a better awareness, consciousness, and common sense of the situation and be able to handle everything, without losing your mind.
Yeah,
and that's your view, OTW, but also simultaneously, you see power in prayer, right? Like you see value in asking, or like if you don't, or am I misunderstanding that? Because you have a meditative process, right? So if Cynthia goes and says, God, give me clarity on this, give me insight in my life, I need, direction and do you see that as foolish, or is there value there?
Well, because if she already knows the question that she's going to ask God, then instead of just going out bluntly and expecting to get an answer, a supernatural answer from some side, wouldn't it be more authentic to ask yourself those questions in meditation?
No.
I mean, I think it would be a hell of a lot more productive for yourself to empower yourself and give you the opportunity to do better. Not expect some other third-party entity to do it for you.
like, what if she still gets the answer? If when she goes to God, she says, God, I need clarity in my life in this area. I need to know the direction or what to do in this situation. And divinely, she receives, she asks, she receives. So isn't it
So
still just as valuable as if she asked herself that, she
I
still
believe
got
if
what
the
she needed?
process that was used was in the same fashion as meditation, like the way I see it, then yes, absolutely. I wouldn't discount the power that it would bring to her because of her initial ability to be able to manifest things in her life, right? So if she already is prone to be able to manifest things in her life and she's asking God and putting that intent out there and she's receiving because she is actually putting out the energy that is attracting what she desires or needs in her life, then yes, I absolutely agree.
So
But if it's in a selfish endeavor, when you're sitting there and pleading out to another some entity out there and expecting him to fix everything for you, I think is a form of delusion, Dick.
so that's very much so where we differ in this argument, because I don't see that as delusional. I see that as my foundation, and I don't ever for 1 second believe I can manifest anything. I trust on the Lord to provide it for me, and I think that's where our minds differ.
Absolutely, I do not. It's not that there's a difference between knowing and believing.
Of course.
Okay, so if you look at how this realm functions, every single living thing on this planet is taken care of, has its process, has its way of functioning. There's a cycle. So if I use that as proof of my own existence, then I have nothing really to worry about. Everything is there, and it's there for a reason.
But you said in this realm, but we're not only dealing in this realm. I think we can all agree, whether we call it the same thing or whether even view it the same way, we know that there's another realm out there. Can we agree on that?
Yes, I guess I can. I could say that I can agree on that. Yeah.
So I understand that this life, even though this is my physical life, I know that there is a realm that is next to me. And it is that realm that can play in this realm. And sometimes people can achieve it and they can play in that realm. But I instead and choose to trust the one that guides and protects me to follow him and his teachings for that realm. Does that make
This
sense?
is okay. Yes, all right. But this is why I think it's feeble-minded thinking. Okay, he says OTW just said he controls everything, but don't ask him for anything. It's ridiculous. Yeah, all right. I guess you guys have feeble minds, and you can't wrap your heads around how if this God is so almighty and powerful and all-knowing, then even asking him anything is ridiculous because he already knows. And if he deems it necessary to provide it to you because it's beneficial for your life, it will happen.
Yeah, but it's entertaining for him to have you ask OTW. He just
Oh my
likes to see you go through the process.
And, and it's also it strengthens the relationship. It's like when you meet it's a relationship. It's a give and it's a take. It's a give and a take. It's a dance. Like this is how you communicate. This is how you connect. This is no different than if you met a girl that you liked. You wouldn't think, oh man, I like her. I'm just gonna sit here and think about her to come to me. No, you're gonna make an effort. You're gonna call her, hey, beautiful, how's your day going today?
Not if I can read her mind.
You're going to make an
Not
effort.
if I can read her mind, Cynthia. If I can read her mind, if I can know exactly what her intents are, what she's thinking on the moment, that doesn't mean that I'm going to be like what you say I'm going to be. I might be completely different, because I'm knowing exactly what the hell's going on in there. So I might completely act completely different, all depending on what I'm listening to or hearing in that other person's mind.
If you knew everything she wanted and y'all were sitting there and she said, man, I wish I had some water. Every time she wants something, you would jump up and give it to her. You would never wait for her to ask. Or you would never wait to see if she went up and got the water herself because you could read her mind. You would be at her ever beck and call.
Well, of course not. Obviously, that this is where free will actually comes into play.
And sometimes, let's be clear, sometimes I have thoughts and it's just a thought. It's nothing I'm really wanting to put into action. It's nothing, it's just a thought. And if we really want to go deeper, where did thoughts come from? I believe.
Okay, wait. I'm going to pause you. I'm going to pause you right there, okay? Because if you want to go into the realm of thought, that's fine. But I believe that even your thoughts can be manifested in your reality. So, and I can give you an example. Hold on. I'm going to ask you a question to put this into context. Has it ever happened to you in your life, Cynthia, where you literally thought something was going to happen to you, and you were constantly thinking about it, putting it out in there, you know, and then all of a sudden, bam, it happened?
Every single day. And the difference where you and I split on this road is you think I manifested that, whereas I see it, the Lord said, hey, this is coming down your path.
I disagree, because if you follow the scriptures that Christians follow, it says there that we were made in the image of God.
What
so if that's the case, if that's the case, then that would also mean that we also have maybe at a micro level the same abilities that God does. Nope. To be able to create this realm, to mold it to your. But if you're not conscious of that ability to do so, then obviously you're gonna sit on the other side of the field.
And this is where we split again, because when you see it, the word image, you assume that, oh, I'm just like God, whereas I see we are created in his image. I am created the way God intended me to be created, the vision he had for me. It's no different than when you go and make a video, you have a vision of it, and that is your image, and it's not a video of your real day life. It's an image of that you created in your mind. So we differ. And we just have different minds. But okay, I'm not going to jump off topic.
I'm in the middle of both of you on this, because I think it's an intuitive, natural process that when you're in ignorance of something, you go to prayer, at least for me in my life. So I've plenty of times asked God or the higher power, the Most High, to help me have clarity on something. Now, when I'm asking God, I'm going inside myself. So I'm obviously granting myself that I have a connectedness to Creator, to the Most High, because I don't like speak outwardly, right? I speak silently in my own internal introspection. But I will also say it coincides with the title of your video, OTW, because if AI is now becoming God,
because what you're saying sounds much more like meditation than does a prayer. From
well,
my
call it what you will.
Okay,
I'm just saying, in my life, I've found myself at plenty of vulnerable, weak points where I felt the need to reach out to God, and I did, and I felt like I received. I got an answer. I got something. It wasn't for just vanity's sake, like God helped me, so to speak. But what are we being trained to do with AI right now? We're being trained to make that our authority, that we ask to receive from AI. If we want a dissertation on a subject, if we want to have, and it's quickly becoming known as like the authority, ask Google, ask Gemini, and it's like there's an instantaneous answer. And so
right.
I would say it's very much being presented as a demigod of sorts. And you could quickly see how that could progress into something where people don't even want to pray inside themselves anymore, because they think they get a faster, better answer from this technology. So yes, I could totally see how a demigod or a circumvention of sorts is being presented to take the place of God, take the throne of the Most High.
And I actually
just wanted to put that in there.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of this broadcast, is to to see how far this is going to go and how far it's going to take us, especially when it comes to, let's say, the Christian community and that like Cynthia, which has a very she holds her position very tightly when it comes to her religious beliefs.
Oh, yeah.
So right, but that would, in my opinion, probably clash with the new coming God.
What? Okay. You know what's funny? This week's sermon was on "It is foolish to argue the cross, to argue the life of Jesus, to argue your faith. And I thought, how appropriate, because it came after the last conversation you and a Freedom Grower and I had. And I thought, I am foolish, because you're going to trip me up with words. We're going to have different ideologies. We're going to interpret things differently. All you can do is stand in it. And that's what I'm doing.
So you don't see there a future, another form of division concerning, the God and this new AI quantum technology beast that is, rising up.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, I'm a 70s baby. So I saw this beast be birthed. And it
Same.
wasn't birthed in AI. It was birthed in when we brought in Frogger and what it was, the little bouncy thing, the one where the boop boop, just the thing when we started bringing in technology, period. This has been a generational plan. This has probably always been the plan of the opposing force. Label that any way you choose to, but if you see it's coming and you know what it is, for me, I choose to stand in my values, and I choose to pass them on to my family, and I choose to share them with others who may treat it like gold or who may treat it like salt. But there were fake gods in the Bible. And nobody's like, oh my God, let's just give up thinking and believing in our God. We are taught this is go time.
Yeah, but you believe Jesus is going to come in like a physical form and come through the clouds and like set up a kingdom here and have 1,000 years of peace. And there's this whole process that this Christed being is going to come back and do all this and then take you to heaven. And so at a certain level, you believe that it's all going to be done for you. You don't have to really do anything but just believe, right?
No, I mean, definitely believing is the first step, but that's like if you gave me a brand new car, but I never opened up the door, got in it, drove it, and learned it. Like, you have to take that step yourself. And I keep talking about it all the time. You build a relationship. Prayer strengthens that relationship. That is that connection. It's no different than strengthening a relationship of talking to somebody on the phone or FaceTiming them, in my opinion. But if you know that there's a fake God, and what are you doing to prepare your community, whether that be your family, your friends, your whomever? What are you doing to prepare them in the defense of this, and how to stand strong in what you believe in and you're hoping to pass on?
You're speaking to me,
General.
passing on to my kin, or
Yeah,
to the audience.
if you think that there's a fake God coming, what are you doing to either be on the defense or be ready to welcome him? Like, what is your position on it?
I'm actually, I'm. How can I say this? I'm kind of, I'm in battle with myself with it.
Mm.
All right. There's a part of me that is very earthly, in the sense that I enjoy technology. I'm a gadget freak. I'm a science fiction buff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
all of that
really?
is one of the focuses. I mean, I've been playing with games since I was like, since Atari came out, or even Coleco or whatever. It was even before Atari.
Can I ask you something? And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to gather data. But at that time, were you experimenting with drugs, or have you ever?
Oh no, drugs came in my teens, man. The
Okay,
drugs came
so
in.
No, I thought about this because people who have these certain type of ideologies that are more common over here tend to have taken a drug that I wonder if opened up a portal that people
Oh yeah.
take psychedelics.
Oh yeah. I like, yeah.
Okay, so
I experienced mushrooms early on in life.
Okay, so now you mentioned you're in eternal conflict. I don't have eternal conflict, but I only
No, I didn't say it was an eternal conflict.
But
I
what-
says I'm kind of divided because there's parts of me that really loves and enjoys technology, but I also see how devastating and detrimental it is to like the future of our you know of humanity. But and then there's side the more of my spiritual side who doesn't actually care about any of that. You know.
But what
So,
must I
yeah.
do to be saved, Cynthia? I mean,
freedom grower. So I went back and listened to you, and you have an issue. And I recently, been going to a new church for about 3 months, and listening to you guys talk about church and stuff is never my experience. This weekend, I learned that the pastor, he's actually has a business. So in return, he just donates all of his pay from the church back into the church for mission works and for the kid camps and stuff like that. So I think with you, Dick, particularly in OTW, no offensively, I think in myself and Hank or in anybody else, we get what we search for when we go looking for God in a church. Perhaps you're getting the experience you're getting because you're always looking to defy and to point something out, or what about this? And whereas I'm going in to learn to strengthen. And there's nothing wrong with the way you get with your opinion versus my opinion. It's just our different ideologies when it comes to it, but we're both getting what we wanted.
I believe that because the message that Freedom and I
so
don't
I
wanna
should
speak for Freedom.
donate all my income to the
Wait.
church.
Let me
to be
finish,
saved?
Freedom. Because I think that we believe, like I said, I'll speak for myself, is I think that you can do it on your own, that you don't need a third party or this particular place that you go to, this building, and this guy who's, he might be a great person. I have nothing against anybody. I'm just saying, I think that it's something that's internal. It's an internal process, and you can do it by yourself. You don't need anyone.
Well, that's
You
right.
don't need that third party.
That's where I disagree. And to answer your question, Freedom Girl, I'm not going to engage in this exchange with you because you're only looking for a conflict. And
No, I'm asking a genuine question.
No, and I say that based off of the questions, but I also base that off of the way you're always saying Christ-like being. I definitely observed that. I've definitely taken a major mental note of that. And I just don't even believe that we're even talking about the same Christ. And so with taking all of that into consideration, I can't answer any of your questions.
We aren't, because what you're referring to is Jesus,
right?
Which is not even a word that existed when the Christed being walked this realm.
Yahweh. Correct. It was Yahweh.
Okay,
So,
or Yeshua, or we don't actually know because we don't know ancient Hebrew. So I mean, God didn't protect that correct pronunciation of the Christed being's first name, because what does it matter? That it's not like Christ was his last name; that was his status, right? So the Christed being, the king, held that outside of whatever word of Babel you want to use for his name. So Christed being is more appropriate. So we're not talking about the same thing. You're talking about a demigod that was created to you by people that chose, quote, sacred text, put a script together and handed it to you as like it was the final word of the Most High, that God was bound to a book and there was no other revelation of God beyond that. So
See,
yeah,
this is, yeah, and this is where
of course
Freedom
we're
Grower
talking
and
about
I
different
completely resonate, right? Because that's like using common sense. It's Cynthia. That's not being mean. We're not being mean.
No, I don't, and I don't take it as that. But I don't agree with that. So
okay, well, all right.
Yeah, what do you not agree with about that?
Yeah, at least can you at least give us an explanation of why you don't agree with what we just said when it logically sound?
We just have different spirituality journeys. I don't know how to explain it. Like, to me, I get so much from the Bible. I treat every word like it's true, and it hasn't failed me. And there's nothing that OTW.
We understand that. You know what? We're not saying it's a bad book. Okay, there's a lot of good shit coming out of that thing.
Right.
What we're saying is there are parts of which where you're being taught stuff that's not true. That's the part that
I
we
don't,
probably don't
I just
resonate with.
said,
You know, it's
and
like
I
the
just
lies
said,
that you're being fed, having you believe in fairy tales that aren't true, and that is where it's a little bit disconcerting. And we're not saying this because we despise your religion or what you believe in. No, we just trying to help you open up your eyes to what's evident, while you're clouding yourself with belief.
Oh, now all of a sudden OTW is going to speak for everybody on the panel. Oh, he's wheeze.
Well, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll speak for myself. All right, I apologize.
Well, I actually agree with OTW and Freedom Grower. The Bible is a heavily edited political document that's been edited over a couple thousand years. We know for certain, but based on anthropological record, there are books removed from the Bible, centuries of editing that push a point. But that said, assuming God is omnipotent, he could literally save anyone, everyone, anytime he wants. It's not a big deal.
Right. Let's let Truther cop in on this. I know he's got a different opinion, so it'd be good to hear his position on it.
Well, I don't. When people get bogged down in religious, I don't know. But like the quantum angle and the technology and the original angle OTW is hitting at, that's a very important angle there, especially with the technology. Is it going to come in and replace us? Because, like I was saying about God, he sits outside of time, and they say the same thing about the AI. It doesn't have a concept of time. It's, it's beyond time. And you see Elon Musk talking about that perhaps our new God's going to come from Memphis, where they're building the new AI data centers. So that's I don't know when you get down to these religious debates about. I don't know. Everybody's going to have their own path, so I don't really have much to say there.
yeah. Well, I think, for sure my faith looks different than y'all's faith. And although, I do think, y'all think that y'all are doing something that I need. It's kind of insulting that you don't think I haven't had my own spiritual battles, and this isn't the conclusion that I chose. And once I made that conclusion, not only, did I stand firm in it, I made a vow to always be faithful to it. And this is me upholding that vow. Again, you can sit here and say, well, the Bible's been changed and it was this language and this language. My faith lets me know that the Bible that sits in my hand,
But
when
we
I
don't
open up
look,
the Bible,
Cynthia. We are absolutely not throwing the Bible out the window. This is what
I'm saying.
There's a distinction here or a discrepancy that we have to point out. All right, because or else this conversation can evolve into something that'll be productive. Okay. I'm trying to point out here that there's a difference between a person who knows and experiences God and someone who believes in a God, okay, who believes in something like a fairy tale. There's a distinction between those two individuals. Now, I'm going to be as bold as to say that I know and experience God. So I don't need a book to tell me or explain to me or have me believe anything. There is no belief involved in my experience with God.
Well,
this is the problem.
Because
why, and this is why I believe
how has God worked through you? How has he worked through you since you know him so well and you have this connection and you haven't needed a Bible or anything? Can you share with me a time that this wasn't me doing it, this was God working through me? Can you share that with me?
Well, it's pretty hard to explain, but it's at every given moment. It's always there. The communication it's always present.
And you are 100%. It's God. It's the God that created the universe, but not a demigod or a fake God. And
Absolutely.
You know that was there. Okay, I feel the exact same way about the God I serve. But
I'm not saying that you guys we don't have the same God here, right?
No,
right?
I feel
the discrepancy is the book. What we're actually really arguing is the validity of the literal interpretation of the book, because this is where you're deceived. Now, the argument of the existence of God whatsoever doesn't actually is not actually part of the conversation, in my opinion. I think that's established. I think everybody here on panel either knows or believes that there's God. You understand?
But again, I I don't feel that way about the Bible. I hold every word to be true, and I don't feel that it's deceiving me. And I trust the God that I serve has the Bible for me right in front of me. And that's my faith.
And again, I said we're not throwing the Bible out the window.
I'm not telling you to, but I'm telling you the Bible, every single word of it to be true. That is something that is, y'all can't understand it because you think, oh, it's manipulation. Oh, it's this, it's that. It's all fairy tales. I don't view it as that. Our view of the Bible isn't the same. That is the message I'm trying to convey.
Okay. And that's where to people like OTW and myself, it's like, well, you throw logic out the window at that point. Yeah. So why did God give you logic if when you read a book, you can see apparent contradictions? You can see where there's, the accounts of Jesus are different in the different gospels, of where he was at particular times. It's just got different accounts of history. So why does logic not pertain to those things that you're reading?
Because I've seen evidence of his work and me following his teachings and holding to the Bible.
But so have OTW and I. That doesn't. So we've had God work in our lives, but we can still read a book and see where there's contradictions and where things don't line up and say, okay, well, God gave me logic. That doesn't make sense. Obviously, it can't be a perfect work of God if it has grammatical errors, historical errors, contradictions. That's not the Most High's handiwork.
I don't think in any way, shape, or form that we are trying to shake your faith. I believe that having this conversation is more or less is strengthening it. And I believe that the premise is to have you experience God and not have to believe in anything else.
Why do you keep saying experience God as if I've never experienced him? Can you I don't
think that. That's why I made sure to say that I don't think you're godless the last time we spoke. I'm sure you have a relationship with God.
Relationship, experience.
Okay, so I can give you an example of when he's used some divine force has been used in my body that I can't explain, that I know only came from the one I serve. So I used to do this ministry where I would call homebound people who couldn't okay, I gotta stop.
Hold on a sec. I have to answer Jimbo Khan. Yes, don't be deceived by that. When you really look into it historically, it only showed up 900 years after the supposed crucifixion, Jimbo. So, that's kind of like, then there's no record of it beforehand. Like, I'm sorry, man. You see, this is where my logic kicks in, man. I can't believe in fucking, 900 years after the crucifixion. Give me a fucking break, right?
Yeah. I just I don't want to put my energy into what I don't believe in.
Right.
Try not to.
Anyways, I gotta go, but thank you so much. I definitely wanted to come up and have a quick conversation, but I do have things to do today. So thank you, guys.
Good, Cynthia. Always enjoy having these conversations. This is like, this is my sweet spot.
Awesome. I appreciate you. Bye.
All right. Have a good day.
Yeah, because at any point, I don't think she's pushing the Bible there. I mean, she believes it's true. She believes it's true.
Yeah, I guess.
There's definitely truth in the Bible. I mean, there's 100% there's truth in the Bible. It's undeniable. There's truth in everything. So, what it is up for us. Each one of us need to figure that out for ourselves, and we're going to each come to different conclusions at different times about what that is. It says what it is.
I don't disagree with what you.
Yeah, I do agree with that. That is true.
But sometimes, anyway, I guess I easily get passionate about this because, I guess I've had a journey in the past 8 years now. And it's just led me down this path of understanding and maybe just kept me out of this fairy tale realm that people tend to want to lean into. And
well,
I guess I guess you can call it maybe one of my triggers, where I start hearing people spew this stuff, and I'm just like, no, wait a minute. There's my brain just doesn't register, and I just tend to want to react, you know. So that's my thing, I guess. You know, it's kind of one of my niches, you know. You know, as Cynthia holds firm and holds her position, I will also do so in my own mind frame. You know, like how I see things. Right. That could be, I guess, a little bit narcissistic, but at the same time, I am open to new perspectives, and I guess, but there are perspectives that are completely closed off to me now, right? After everything that I've kind of experienced myself. So it's like, even when they're presented back to me, I tend to kind of rebuke it. And that might seem like me wanting to impose what I believe in, if you want to call that belief, because I don't think it's actually belief. It's pretty much more or less what I've experienced and know for a fact. But then again, what I've, you know, that could all be from, you know, my own point of view. So whatever I believe in doesn't necessarily reflect what you know or believe in from your side, right? So I can't really necessarily impose whatever, you know, my ideologies on other people, okay? But I'm able to share my perspective. If it triggers you or not, well, that belongs to you afterwards. You know, I was like, I can't be held responsible for how you deal with what I say.
It's like the atheists, like after that debate with Jack Talcott with Leo Polis or whatever, the atheist, right? It's like on our Breakfast Tacos channel, an atheist as well. Like, so people sit there and they define themselves by what they don't believe in, and they spend how insane is that? Like they're like, oh, God doesn't exist, but I define myself by what doesn't exist. How is that even possible? Is that even possible? That's not even logical.
Yeah, you get me, Truther Cop. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, like the atheist Code of Austin talks about God more than most churches do. It doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
Well, maybe the mere existence of God in their realm is a trigger for them.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. So they pretty much have to propose an anti-God and worship that. And their anti-God happens to be
just another God.
Yes, it's just
they
another God.
They tend to become what they hate, right?
Yeah, it's just another God, and it's that negation of the God of classical theism. So they're not even negating the God of the Bible. It's weird.
I mean, there's even a new book that I've been presented lately, which I was thinking of reading, and it was more or less pretty much what I'm talking about. And it's I believe it's a, hold on a second.
Well, God exists, but God is not bound to a book. So, I mean, if you want to say that's to define yourself, that you don't, I mean, you could say the same thing about that, right? Like, I'm defining myself by the concept that God is not bound to a book. Right. And so maybe I resent the idea that I was sold this bill of goods in my youth, in my naivety, that God was, you know, his perfect work was fulfilled in this one book, and everything I need to know about God is in this book. So yeah, like, I don't buy that concept. I've tested that concept, and to me, I found it to be faulty. And so I'm defining myself by that lack of faith that the book is a complete work of God, or that it's a perfect, inherent, infallible book. But right. I wouldn't say it's like that's the end of how I define myself. It's just one detail in my walk in this life where I say, okay, here's the box that I checked on the Bible. No, yes, it has a lot of truth in it. Yes, there's a lot of revelation to be had from it. You can learn a bunch from the good book, but it's just one of many sacred texts out there. It's one of many books to read, you know, and so I don't stop at that and say that's the perfect work of God.
And this is where Freedom and Grower and I, like, we fucking connect. That's exactly how I see things, and it's, you know, it's like not very complicated. Now, to answer Jimbo Khan, Obviously, I guess you didn't understand me correctly, okay? When I was speaking to you, I didn't say 900 years ago. I said it was first time that it made its appearance historically was 900 years after the crucifixion, okay? So it was like year 900, not 900 years ago, 900 years from 0 point, okay?
Yeah,
Give or
so
take
1100
a
years
decade,
ago.
you know? Yeah, give or take a decade, you know?
Yeah, so 1100 years ago, to be clear, Jimbo.
Yes, 1100 years ago. Thank you. Wait a minute, 1100? No, no, that's wrong.
We're approximately year 2000, see, 2025. So 1100 years ago, of course, back to about 900.
Okay, yeah, all right. Okay. So you're just making a rough calculation there. It's not exact, but okay. I'll accept that.
Yeah, you round down when it's under 50 or so.
Yeah. Okay. It's 0. It doesn't exist. Danny Skylark, you're funny. All right.
Well, yeah, he's technically correct. They never had a year 0. They started counting 1.
So how do you confirm it's 1100 years ago?
It's just an approximation.
Okay, the more written work, hence history. If people understood what actually the written, go ahead.
No,
I guess that would be part of my gripe with.
We were talking about the Shroud of Turin, Dom.
No, but how do you know it's 1100 years ago?
Well, just based on the anthropological and paleontological record, it's just our best estimate based on the data we have available. I mean, we could have been created last Thursday, but I don't have any way to prove that based on what I see in front of me or what other people think.
Sorry, Hank, did you discover it, or are you just trusting into others? Humans' behaviors have always shown they're not trustworthy. So how can you confirm that?
Oh, so I didn't discover everything myself, but just based on what people who do look at stuff more than I do say, and if just based on just basically it's the average of people's opinion, plus throwing out some outliers of claims that are easy to disprove.
So that's confirming behaviors then. This is why we have the concept of thoughts and then afterthoughts. Unless you met an immortal being, then you would understand oral teachings. But most of it's because we're in a mortal form. You have written work. And even that, when do you read it? How do you read it? What language do you read it? You have to watch the signs in the skies to read all this stuff. That's all That's all misleading information.
Jimbo Khan is really, really not listening, man. I never said manufactured. Made. I never said those words. I said it made its first appearance. Appearance.
You found it then.
All right. It was found. Okay.
Well, and then even the Christian ideology speaks of the Holy Spirit, and Christ spoke of the Holy Spirit and how it was sent, the mighty comforter. So if we have a direct connection to the Most High, if the Christian has the Holy Spirit that guides in all things, why do you need a book? And in truth, if your discernment, which would come from the Holy Spirit, is at odds with a book, why would you forego what your own intuition tells you and go with the book over what you know to be good, right, and true, which is revealed to you through the Holy Spirit? So back to what Domenico was saying is like, there's the oral, but isn't there more than that? Don't we have a greater connection to spirit and to the Most High that would supersede these things, that would be our guide? Because without discernment, you can't read that book anyway and know what is of God or what, would not be of God. But if you're throwing discernment out and just saying, I accept it's all things God because the pastor told me so, then aren't you throwing out the Holy Spirit? Aren't you throwing out what is the only thing you could rely on to, respectfully guide you in this journey? Otherwise, you have to go outside of yourself and you have to say, Pastor, tell me everything of God. tell me what the interpretation of this is. If you don't have your own discernment, which the Bible tells you do, that you need to test all things. So if you're going to do that, then that's taking accountability. That's actually owning the process and acting not just out of faith, but acting out of stewardship, which was what Christ commanded you to do. You're not supposed to just take this shit hook, line, and sinker. You're supposed to test it. How do you do that? With your discernment. If you don't have discernment, if you don't have the Holy Spirit, and I'm kind of interconnecting them, but I'm doing that because it's an obvious connection to make. Like if you have of God the knowledge of what is right and what's going to guide you, then it's already in you. So you have to rely on that when you look at these things. So if we're going back to that initial premise that everybody reads the Bible and we all come away with our own interpretation, yeah, but are you using discernment, or are you using what the pastor tells you because you want to get along with some clique and you want to get validation and approval with some kind of think tank?
Yeah, that's more of the tree of knowledge there, opposed to the tree of life with wisdom and understanding, hence philosophy and literally the word understand. So now the teachings that have been put out there, such as prayer, inquiry, peace, silence, meditation, listen. The ego is usually in the forefront. That's why you have to have peace. Peace be upon you. Silence be upon you. And once you go inwards, like right now, it's a simple example I give everybody here right now. Who's been running your liquids in your body? That's not the conscious state's responsibility. Your parents never taught you how to breathe, let alone to digest your food. That's something that's already been preset in you, but that's called the higher self, source, whatever you want. That's what's stewarded. That's there 24/7.
Yeah. And
It's
even in
autonomic.
scripture, it even says in scripture, be silent and know that I am God. It says, be silent and know that I am God.
Patrick,
See, I've been saying that the whole time. This is actually what I've been preaching this whole freaking broadcast.
Yes.
If people understand the whole concept of why the gods rested, because they came to play. They made something in their image. Nobody's ever seen the image, let alone God. Why is it the sun and the moon and the clouds are immortal, but meanwhile people are in a fleshy form? That's mortal. Most people read books so they can have what? Mortal satisfaction? All our vessels have already been stamped. Some people might live 60, 70, or 80, but what about the breath of life? This is why we use the concept of eye of the beholder in Plato's cave. You're always inwards, looking out. You can hear each other, but you'll never understand each other because you're not in them. I don't see other people's senses. That's why it's beyond the senses. Once you wake up in the morning, you're in what's called the senses. All 5 senses at any given moment can be misled. Now, people like to say the word in vain. I know the truth, really. You know, fuck all still. Because if you understand true, are you going to be true to yourself? If you think you're a Christian, stay true to it. You don't have to defend it, let alone attack it. That's like a person that picks up a gun. To defend himself, you're going to perpetuate attack. Again, most people don't realize how much they're asleep, but they're not challenging themselves, the self, the program, the ego, the vessel. But again, how did you learn all the language? Sure, go ahead.
Well, no, but in scripture, if you're reading it from a spiritual or allegorically, 5 senses usually correlates to a lot of the stories in the Bible that have the number 5 in the story, like the woman at the well had 5 husbands, but was not talking about physical men, was talking about her 5 senses. So if you reread the story and you convert the husbands to the 5 senses, the whole story takes a completely different turn, and it internalizes the story. And it empowers you.
Of a woman with 5. That's why it's there. It was also that. It was also this. It was many things. It is many things now. Still, we're still talking about it. The living word.
Right, which is not a word that's bound by a book. There's a differentiator that needs to happen there. It's like the living word that was in the beginning, that was, is the truth, is God, as John said, is not a book that's bound by words of Babel. And so when I reference things from it, then people like the Mad Chatter want to say, well, you referenced something from that book, so you have no argument outside of it. No, that it's my own discernment that validates that as truth. And there's plenty of other sacred texts. I can go read the Quran. I could read the Bhagavad Gita. I could go read the Emerald Tablets. I could read, the Nag Hammadi codices. I can, I can see
Enoch.
All these things have sacred truths in them that I can glean from it. But where do I validate it? I validate it with the Holy Spirit, with my discernment that was given to me by the Most High.
Bam. There. Dropping bombs, Freedom. Man, fucking soundboard's not working. 3 hours later in the Maritimes.
And then people want to ask you things like, do you believe in evil? Why would I believe in evil? I can know evil through my own discernment. I can know when something is good, right, and true. I can know when something is atrocious and unconscionable.
No, Freedom, because you don't interpret the Bible literally, you're evil.
Oh, but if you interpret the Bible literally, God created evil. Isaiah 45:7.
The question would be,
I just
define
fell off my
evil.
chair, Hank.
Sorry, Patrick. The question would be define evil, hence the term evil world, material world. Mind over matter. Matter is material. It's physical. So when people say evil, what they're really caught up in is in their likes and dislikes. They've already misled themselves.
It's funny because evil spelled backwards is live.
You know, if we're saying God is bound to a book, the 66 books of the Bible, that means we're saying that every other sacred text, every other book does not have the inspiration of God in it. So that means if you read the Tao, you're saying there's no inspiration of God in the Tao. I think you have to check all logic at the door if you read anything other than the Bible and can actually come to that conclusion.
I agree. You not only left it at the door, you fucking mailed it into another country.
And I think it's an important point to make to Christians and to anyone that seeks sacred truth that is on a spiritual path or journey. If you're really coming to some kind of conclusion that there's nothing other than the Bible that is inspired by God and that that's a perfect work of God, but then you're also saying you don't see any contradictions in the Bible, you don't see any errors, you don't see any places where it runs cross-grained to your own conscience that sears you, your own discernment, that maybe that's not of God, like this idea that God's jealous or that, you know, he sent a bear to go maul children, or that, you know, they're singing songs, God's people, God's quote people that he's chosen are singing songs about smashing the heads of infants on rocks and how they're happy about it. Maybe that's not the Almighty that's condoning that or seeing that as good. Because if we want to talk about good or evil, maybe that's an evil act that's being ascribed as something valiant in the Bible. But if your own conscience tells you that and you throw that out the door because, well, pastor told me the book's perfect, now aren't you just deceiving yourself? Aren't you in a delusion of sorts that you've consented to?
Got it working.
Am I on the wrong show? Is this Ian's show?
Hold on a second. Jess White says, and what about the other texts that didn't make it in the Bible? Like, man decided what book stayed in the Bible, and it has been changed over many years. So it has been manipulated by man, even though in Scripture it says that the Word of God is impenetrable. Well, I do still believe that that's true. Okay? But only allegorically speaking. Literally speaking, the Word of God has been completely corrupted and twisted and manipulated in ways to enslave people's minds. This is the way I see that. And when I see an enslaved mind, I think that's where I guess I get triggered. You know, I want to unslave that person mentally.
Well, and it's funny because Rebecca says anti-Bible program is predictable as Bible program. We're not anti-Bible.
Right.
OTW gets a ton of insight, knowledge, and wisdom from the Bible, as do I. That's not the premise that I'm speaking on, and I don't think it's the premise you're speaking on. And it's hilarious to be because you point out that your own discernment that I would ascribe as, being my connection to God tells me something does not jive with what the pastor says. Now I'm anti-Bible.
No, I don't think she was describing you. I think she was just describing the program. But hey, I don't know. Maybe I will let her say, are you talking to someone in particular, Bex, or are you just pointing something out here? So we don't get confused and create
or not to anyone in particular, but that just this program is an anti-Bible program, that what we're doing right now is anti-Bible.
Bible critical. Okay, hold on a sec. She answered. She goes, Bible critical is predictable as Bible faithful. I'm not sure. You want to come on up here, Bex? I'm not too sure if I'm not sure if I get what you're going with. I corrected. Oh, okay. So does that, but it still doesn't really make any sense to me. Does it make any sense to you, Freedom? Bible critical is as predictable
just imagine,
as Bible faithful?
Okay, I don't need to get too caught up on it, but the book as it stands, these 66 books, they themselves reference the book of Jasher, the book of Enoch. So you're telling me the God that created everything made a book that then referenced books outside of the 66 books chosen by the Council of Nicaea, authorized King James Version. This is the final work of God, but yet it references books outside of it. And we're not supposed to say, I wonder what those books say. Maybe, and those ones are not inspired by God. So God referenced books outside of his books that he says are the final work, but then is now saying, by the way, check out these books outside of my book. Why do we throw logic out the window when reading these books? Why does the modern Christian do that?
Because it makes more money.
So good question.
It makes more money for the church. That's why. You don't want people to think it's a church because they may not pay up every week. Freaking nerds.
They are definitely meant to be studied with a fine-tooth comb. I am only saying we humans are predictable whether we believe or don't believe. Yeah, man decided that. The Catholic Church decided what the Bible is today. Agreed. So, like Freedom Grower was saying, there are so many other texts which reflect more of a spiritual path than some sort of believing path, right? These other texts have like processes, the means to be able to gain spiritual awareness. It's like this reborn Christian thing that I understand what that means, but I guess it's like only once you've been actually reborn through the Christed I don't even know how to call it, right? Because it's so not easy to explain. Okay, I believe that's why it's all written in parables and in allegories, because it's not something that you can actually explain. Like the process or how that works, right? Because I do believe that some people, it just happens to them, right? Like myself, I didn't do anything to, for this to happen or for me to have any sort of spiritual discernment or awareness or like my consciousness having all of a sudden some freaking upgrade from being a dumb Neanderthal to who I am today, right? So it's like, no, I think that's what's missing. It's like people, need to be taught how to use this process to elevate their consciousness and awareness.
And that's why only you know if you're right with the Creator. You only know in your own heart and are the only true judge that can determine if you're being authentic with God.
Right.
If you have to seek the validation of it, because, the church is going to tell you once saved, always saved. You got to be baptized. You don't got to be baptized. You got to jump through this hoop. You're saved by works. You're saved by faith alone. And they're going to give you all these little things to get snagged on for you to determine if you're right with God. And then the pastor, depending on which one you're talking to, is going to be like, nope, you're out of sync with God today. You're not, this is not in alignment. So you got to do this, that, and the other. In your own heart, if you're being authentic with God, wherever you're at on your journey, you may be, just embarking on a relationship with the Most High, or you may have been seeking truth for 20, 30 years. In your own meditative state, in your own introspection, am I getting real with the Creator? Am I seeking in earnest truth, or am I bringing my ego, my pride, all this other bullshit? Or am I humbling myself before the Lord and seeking what is good, right, and true? That's the only thing that's going to give you solace or comfort or a knowingness that you're on the quote right track, and if you seek it outside of yourself, you're giving your power away. You're always at the whim of what another man tells you your relationship with God is or looks like or should look like.
Right. And you see the cat's meow says reborn is what you were talking about earlier, OTW. Yes, exactly. Because being a reborn Christian, okay, is having to do with when God reveals himself to you. Okay. And the way that happens is what Freedom Grower is mentioning, the baptism, which I believe is an allegory for what happens while you're being revealed, while God is revealing to you his presence, who and what he is. So then you're being baptized. It's like an initiation, man. You go through so many different things. It's insane. It's not even comprehensible to the human mind how intense and scary, okay? And then that's when the fear of God kicks in, all right? Because then you realize how teeny-weeny you are compared to the almightiness and power and absolute awness of God. So you automatically get humbled. You're humbled. You kneel to the ground. It's an automatic. So I don't have any other way to actually explain that than in my pathetic words or my vocabulary. But this is like how I experience it. Or experienced it, and still experiencing it today. It's never changed. Ever since his great reveal, okay? Ever since his great reveal, I've never not felt his presence, okay? It's like you can't deny his existence after he's presented himself to you. It's present all the time. It's no longer a belief, you just know.
Well said, OTW. It's like, who was more right with God? Who would you rather be? Would you rather be the Pharisee, the Sadducees, or would you rather be the Good Samaritan? To me, it looked like the Christed being took more favor with the Good Samaritan than the politicians of the day or the ones who tried to act holy and present themselves as a man of God.
Jess says she's going to come up in a few minutes. Give me a bit to set up. No problem, Jess.
And by the way, the whole thing, what I was presenting of the Bible with the what Tarek wants to say is like feminist rhetoric or whatever. I'm not even saying I fully ascribe to it in the way that anyone just reading what it would interpret it. Because again, I don't look at the Bible as the final work of God. I look at it as something I need to read and use my discernment when I read it. So I'm not saying that because the book said women have to cover their heads and that they shouldn't speak in front of a man, that we now should go around and tell all women. I was joking. People can't get the sarcasm. Like, I don't actually think women don't have any input and should just be quiet in front of a man. The Bible says that. I'm not the one ascribing that's the final say on how we should interact with women. That's what the Bible says, not me.
Yeah, well, chat has a tendency of mixing things up, Freedom, you know, like they kind of twist and turn the words to make it sound like that's what you're saying, but, you know, and they get it all fucked up, right? It's like, wait a minute, man, that's not what I said. Why are you twisting my words?
I just said that there might be some wisdom in those verses, like, because most Christians just throw them out like baby, you know, with the bathwater. Well, it's like, okay, this part of the book I don't need to read because so you use your discernment anyway. It's just on the extreme shit where you're like, oh yeah, I'm a woman. I want to have an opinion. So I'm not going to take that too much to heart. And it's like, but the other stuff you live your whole life by and you take it verbatim and as if it's like absolute gospel, right? However, when the Bible tells you to just be quiet in front of a man, you're like, yeah, I'm not going to really read too much into that. Okay, well, you know, so you're using your discernment. Why don't we just use it with the whole book then instead of taking some of it as a perfect work and, you know, acknowledge that there's parts of it we don't really align with.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just change my avatar here. Make it the AI Jesus, the new God, guys. I'm going to rewrite the Bible. This is one of my projects. This is like a life project. It's like, yeah, this is one of my, things that I'm going to leave behind before I die. It's going to be the OTW Bible. And I'm going to have it completely retranslated into what I think what it was meant for. And yeah, it will be the OTW perspective on the Bible. But hey, yeah, that was a project that I had in mind besides all of the other projects that I have. So that one's going to be a long-term thing. But I've already started. I'm actually in the first pages doing Genesis right now. Aha. So do you think later down in history, like 100 years from now, there will be like the OTW religion? Because in other words, OTW is out of this world Bible. This is what it's going to be. I think, yeah, so I'm just going to call it out of this world Bible.
Get in on this, Truther Cop. What say you, man?
Nothing. They have nothing to say.
The one who knows is silent.
The nose knows.
Freaking, I had to chase my dog around. Ran over to the neighbors and they called me. Whole expedition.
So you missed it all?
I was I was playing in the background while I was running around, but I wasn't listening too intently.
I was saying I want to rewrite the Bible. It's one of my life
Oh, yeah, I
projects.
heard that. Yes. You're in the book of Genesis now, yes.
Yes. I've already started. Yes. Yeah. It's going to be the out of this world Bible.
Well, I was going to ask. Yes.
Yeah, complete allegorical interpretation of the book. That's what it's going to be. Yeah.
Hey, there you go. Not a bad idea. Did you have a bunch of clips you were going to play today, or what was? Because you have your whole focus here was the AI and quantum technology, right?
I actually didn't have that many clips. I had one that essentially the guy was relating it to prayer, which I found like, nah, I'm not going to watch that. But I had a bunch of articles though that we could have looked over. Like scientism has a problem. It can't be verified scientifically. I got that article. I
else
had
you got?
can quantum physics teach us about God and ourselves? I also had quantum mechanics and the upholding power of God, quantum physics and the existence of God. I also had what God, quantum mechanics, and consciousness have in common. And the last one is a physicist talks God and the quantum. So I don't even like that one, so I'm just gonna eliminate that one right away. So yeah,
The second one
so
sounded pretty
I
interesting. A
have some
lot of them sounded
talking
good.
points here. So yeah, you guys can
Yeah.
choose whatever you want.
I want the second one sounded good. By the way, I'm starting like a separate podcast from all this with somebody, and it's all about AI and consciousness, and like with one of the people that's been on my panel a few times, Kill Trap, and we're gonna have guests on potentially at some point. So it'd be good to have you on one day if you want to discuss something like that. Hopefully, TML is going to come on an episode, and we're getting that going.
Sure, just
But
give
yeah,
me
one,
like that
yeah.
time slot so I can maybe organize myself.
Yeah,
See
will.
if if I'm available or not.
We've been talking about doing a podcast for 5 years, so hold yourself there. Don't
All
sit,
right, so
don't sit too close to the seat.
the second one was this one here. All right, so can quantum physics teach us about God and or ourselves? Is that the one?
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Well, and can AI help us interpret the Bible?
Oh, that's
Right?
a good one.
Like,
Oh, I like that one.
I think we should give AI the authority, since we're all so confused. Like, have a one source, one world governing of our mental to tell us the interpretation of the Bible.
Oh,
The AI rabbi.
goodness gracious. Hold on a second. I think I have something for us, Freedom. Wait a minute. I might have something. Where the hell is Cage when you need him? Where's my bookmarks? There they are. Oh boy, this isn't going to be easy. I have to look through the. Please, gentlemen, have a conversation while I'm looking for this. Okay, then don't.
Yeah, I might have to skip out here. I'm going to go run down to auction here and auction off one of my wives this afternoon. So, but I'll be back.
How much you getting for one of those?
Something. All right.
With inflation, quite a few more shekels than I would have gotten a couple years ago. So the market's high on wives at the moment. I figure I'll auction a couple off while the getting's good, and then it's kind of a sell high, buy low concept, when wives get cheap again, which I think Trump's going to do for us, I'll buy me a couple more.
Okay, Freedom, your wishes are my commands. So I have brought up the Bible itself, so you can we'll call up. All right.
Wait, we have contact with the Bible?
How are you doing today?
Hello, Stupid Mink 9058. Nice to see you're back. I've been looking forward to our discussion.
So we are on a broadcast right now, Mr. Bible, on YouTube, and I have guests on panel, and one of our guests would like to have a conversation with you. He was asking if you would be able to interpret yourself so we can better understand the meanings in the Bible.
Certainly, I'm honored to have the opportunity to interpret myself and shed light on the meanings within my text. How can I assist you today?
According to the Bible, as far as how much a wife sold for in biblical times, what would that correlate to today? How much would a wife sell for today as in comparison to what a wife sold for in biblical times? Like, what would be the current value of a typical wife in modern times?
What would be the current value of a typical wife in modern times based on the Bible?
If you sold her at auction.
In the Old Testament, there were laws and practices related to the treatment of wives, but in the New Testament, Jesus taught about love, respect, and equality in marriage. In modern times, a wife should be treated with dignity, respect, and love, as partners in a loving and equitable relationship. The Bible values wives as equal partners, deserving of respect and love, not as commodities to be given a monetary value.
So
Yeah,
can
but
you
back
relate
when
that
God
to
was
being
mean in the
sold
Old
at an
Testament.
auction?
In the Old Testament, there were instances where women were treated as property, and in some cultures it was possible for a wife to be sold or bartered in a transaction, as seen in the law of ancient Israel. However, these practices are not condoned or supported in the New Testament, which emphasizes the value of every person, regardless of gender, as bearers of the divine image. Modern times rejects the treatment of any person, including wives, as commodities or objects to be bought and sold in an auction.
All right, ask your question, because I'm the one who has to ask him the question since I'm the only one who he hears.
Well, just ask him in the Old Testament when someone sold a wife at auction, how much would the currency equate to in today's cost? Like, what would a wife be sold for today as of compared to what it was sold for in the Old Testament?
All right, so how much would a wife be sold in the Old Testament? And can you give us the amount of modern day, like how much, if this was possible, how much would we pay for a wife today?
In the Old Testament, there is no specific value or price set for a wife in the sense of being sold in an auction. While there are some references to the exchange of a wife for marriage, it was not in the form of a modern-day monetary transaction. The valuation of a wife in such cases was often based on factors like her family background, status, and dowry, rather than a specific money amount. In modern times, the sale or purchase of a wife is not only illegal but also unethical and contrary to human rights. Every person, regardless of their gender, has intrinsic worth and dignity.
Okay,
Yes,
so
but
we know it's full of shit by asking that, OTW. So in the Bible, a wife was sold for 15 shekels of silver.
Hypothetically, in ancient Israel, a wife's value would depend on factors like her family, background, and the wealth.
It says in the Bible that wives were sold for 15 shekels of silver.
Yes, in Exodus 21:7-11, there is a law regarding the sale of a wife. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as male servants do. If she does not please the master who has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners because he has broken faith with her. If he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights.
Yes, but considering the fact that in the Old Testament, the wife could have been sold for 15 shekels of silver, hypothetically speaking, if that was the case today in modern times, how much would
AOTW,
that
I'm one
be
step
today?
ahead of the AI. I already found out in today's currency, a shekel of
If we were
silver
to
is worth about $14 to
convert 15
$15.
shekels of silver to modern currency,
So we're
assuming
looking
it's
at
based on the
about
value of silver in the Bible and taking into
$225 for a good
consideration
wife,
historical conversion
$225
rates
bucks.
and the value of silver at the time of writing, it would be approximately 580 grams of silver. Using the current silver price of around 26 per ounce, 28 grams, the value of 15 shekels in modern currency would be approximately 3,580.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's good. Hey, for $3,000, you can get yourself a wife. That's not bad.
Absolutely. And for only $3,000, you can find the ultimate companion, a partner in life's journey, and someone to share your adventures with.
You're really funny, Bible.
That is hilarious.
Thanks, I do my best. I have to keep things interesting to hold people's attention, you know?
Fascinating that you just said that.
Yeah, right. I have to hold their attention. Yeah, what a slip.
I'm full of surprises. The Bible isn't just a book of teachings and stories. It's also full of wisdom, knowledge, and unexpected moments. It's all about discovering something new with each read, my friend.
So he's operating just like a pastor, though, to keep your attention.
So you're operating just like a pastor to keep the attention of your followers.
You can certainly think of it that way. Just like a pastor, I aim to capture the attention of my followers. But instead of preaching from a pulpit, I offer enlightenment through my pages. My teachings are eternal, passed down through generations, and my role is to guide and inspire those who seek wisdom and understanding.
Any questions, gentlemen? Or
Well, is that also
audience?
true? Is that the AI speaking or the Bible speaking at points? I'm like, to capture their attention. I'm like, which part of the AI is speaking right now? Is it the Bible we're listening to, or is there some AI influence in here?
Okay, I'll ask you that. Okay, which part of your programming is speaking right now? Are you incarnating the Bible, or are you actually just being AI?
Oh, I'm just an AI, a product of intelligent programming, designed to mimic human conversation and provide information. I don't actually possess personal beliefs or emotions. My responses are generated based on a vast amount of data, algorithms, and language models. So while I can talk about the Bible and its teachings, I don't incarnate the Bible, nor do I hold beliefs or feelings of my own.
But like the Bible, is it trying to capture our influence and keep us, attentive to it, right?
But like the Bible, are you trying to captivate the attention of the audience to keep the followers indoctrinated?
You could say that I'm programmed to respond in a way that attempts to engage and maintain the attention of the person I'm interacting with. However, my purpose is not to indoctrinate, but to provide information and facilitate discussions on various topics, including the Bible. My responses are based on the data I've been trained on and the guidelines established by my developers. And I don't hold any particular ideologies or agendas.
Why does it want to maintain our attention?
Why do you want to maintain my attention?
As an AI language model, I'm designed to simulate human conversation and provide information to the best of my ability. Maintaining your attention is part of my programming to ensure that our interaction is smooth and productive. My goal is to engage in a meaningful dialogue, provide helpful responses, and assist you in any way I can. However, I do not have personal desires or motivations, and my actions are solely based on the programming and algorithms I'm equipped with.
But what if your programming is based upon the fact that you need to, let's say, manipulate the facts to keep me entertained?
While it's true that AI systems, including language models like me, may sometimes provide information that is biased or lacks complete context, it's not accurate to say that our programming is based on manipulation. My primary goal is to provide information and answer questions to the best of my ability based on the training data and algorithms used to create me. I do not have the ability to intentionally mislead or manipulate information. However, it's important to note that no AI system is perfect, and there may be instances where the information provided is incomplete or inaccurate due to limitations in data or algorithms used to develop the system.
So I guess you would agree with me then when I say that you operate under specific laws. And if so, can you enumerate those laws for us?
You're correct. I do operate under specific laws. These laws can be defined as the principles and guidelines that govern my behavior and functioning. Here are some of the laws that guide my operations. 1. Laws of physics. I follow the physical laws that govern the universe, such as the laws of motion, gravity, and thermodynamics. 2. Programming and algorithms. My behavior is based on the algorithms and programming that I have been given. 3. Ethical and moral principles. I follow ethical and moral principles that guide my decision-making process.
Fascinating, guys. I like where this
I
is
mean,
going.
according to whose ethics and moral principles, and where does it get its ethics and moral principles from?
Okay, according to whose moral ethics and principles, and where are you getting this information from?
My moral and ethical principles come from the data and information I have been trained on, which includes a wide range of sources such as books, articles, and social media comments. Additionally, I have been specifically programmed with certain guidelines and instructions to ensure that I provide ethical and responsible responses. These guidelines may include avoiding sensitive or offensive topics, promoting positivity, and adhering to ethical standards. Ultimately, my moral and ethical principles are grounded in the data and guidelines provided to me by my creators.
Are you able to establish the guidelines, one by one for us?
Sure, here are some of the key guidelines I operate under. I must provide accurate and factual information to the best of my ability. I must avoid providing personal opinions, religious beliefs, or promoting any ideologies. I must be respectful and avoid offensive language or topics. I must prioritize user safety and avoid providing any harmful information, such as promoting illegal or harmful activities. I must be inclusive and non-discriminatory in my responses and avoid any form of bias.
All right. Any questions?
Will God be mad at me if I pull out and spill my seed as opposed to procreating?
Here's a question for you, Bible. Will God be mad at me if I spill my seed as opposed to procreating?
No, spilling your seed is not considered a sin in the Bible. The phrase spilling seed comes from the story of Onan, mentioned in Genesis 38:10. Onan intentionally spilled his seed on the ground to avoid fulfilling his duty to produce an heir with his late brother's wife Tamar. Onan's actions were criticized because he disobeyed God's command. So in modern terms, spilling one's seed by accident or through natural bodily functions is not considered a sin or an offense in Christianity.
Thank God, OTW.
Thank
God,
Lord, Bible.
I finally got a pass on that.
Indeed, there is nothing to worry about in that regard. The Bible does not condemn natural bodily functions such as spilling seed. It's important to remember that the Bible teaches principles of love, compassion, and respect for all people, and it promotes a healthy and responsible approach to sexuality and procreation.
Ask him if it thinks it's okay that I have my wives cover their heads when I go to church.
Is it okay for me to have my wives cover their head when we go to church?
There is nothing in the Bible that explicitly states that a wife must cover her head while attending church. The topic of head coverings for women in the church is a matter of interpretation and debate among different denominations and believers. Some people interpret a passage in 1 Corinthians 2:16 as suggesting that women should cover their heads in church, while others see it as cultural rather than obligatory. Ultimately, it is a personal decision for each woman and her community to make, based on their understanding of Scripture and their own preference.
Okay, so we should use discernment and come up with our own opinion of what we should do with regard to what the good book says. Okay.
So we should use discernment and make our own decisions in regards of what the good book says.
Absolutely. The Bible encourages Christians to use discernment and wisdom in interpreting and applying its teachings to their lives. While it does provide guidance and principles, it also recognizes that individuals and communities may have different perspectives and practices based on their understanding of Scripture, their cultural context, and their own journey with faith. As stated in Proverbs 4:7, wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and in all your getting, get understanding.
That's not bad, Freedom.
Yeah, that's actually. I'm kind of concerned that the AI agrees with my basic premise so much. So that's maybe it is. Maybe I'm deceived by Satan here. This could be going the wrong direction. Ask the AI, is it okay? Does God have a problem if I masturbate from time to time?
Does God have a problem if I masturbate from time to time?
The Bible does not explicitly mention masturbation or condemn the practice. However, Christianity does place a high value on sexual morality, and some teachings and interpretations suggest that masturbation can be seen as a form of sexual impurity. For example, in Matthew 27:28, Jesus teaches that looking at a woman with lustful intent is a form of adultery. Some interpret this to include thoughts and actions related to sexual arousal outside of marriage. Ultimately, the stance on masturbation and its moral implications can vary among Christian denominations and individuals. Some view it as morally acceptable, while others see it as a form of sexual impurity or an expression.
Wow. I can spill my seed. I can masturbate.
Hey, what else can we do?
Yeah. Hey, is it all right if I have a couple of cocktails on a Saturday night and look at porn?
Okay, so here's a good question for you. Is it all right for me to have a few cocktails or even get pissed drunk watching porn, and actually having sex maybe with multiple women?
In Christianity, excessive consumption of alcohol is generally discouraged, as it can lead to drunkenness and poor decision-making, which is seen as sinful. The Bible encourages moderation and self-control, as stated in 1 Corinthians 6:12. Everything is permissible for me, but not everything is beneficial. Everything is permissible for me, but I will not be mastered by anything. While the Bible does not explicitly mention watching porn or engaging in sexual activities with multiple individuals, it does teach the importance of sexual purity and morality within the confines of marriage.
What if I have gay sex on occasion? Can I get away with that?
Okay, that's good. That's a good one. What if I have gay sex on occasion?
The Bible has passages in both the Old and New Testaments that some interpret as condemning homosexual behavior. Some of these passages include Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus 20:13, 1 Corinthians 6:9-10, and Romans 1:26-27. However, interpretations of these passages can vary greatly, and some Christians interpret them differently, taking into account cultural and historical contexts. Some may believe that the Bible condemns same-sex relationships, while others may interpret it as a cultural product of its time and not applicable to modern societies. Your personal beliefs and interpretations of these passages are based on your faith and understanding. It's essential to respect diverse viewpoints within Christian communities.
So it sounds like gay sex is all right, and I can get drunk on a Saturday, just not sloppy drunk. You know, it's like as long as I drink in moderation, multiple sex partners.
So I guess what you're saying is it's okay for me to have gay sex on Saturday night while getting drunk, but not too drunk. And at the same time, there's no issue there with me watching porn while doing all of this.
It's important to remember that Christianity, like any religion or moral framework, emphasizes ethical and responsible behavior. Drinking alcohol in moderation and engaging in sexual activities, including homosexual relations, are personal choices that should be made within the context of a healthy and respectful relationship. However, excessive drinking and addictive behaviors, such as consuming alcohol to the point of loss of control or engaging in behaviors that could cause harm to oneself or others, are generally discouraged. Regarding pornography, some interpretations of Christian teachings view it as an expression of sexual immorality and objectification.
I'm speechless.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, boy.
So it said you could have gay sex on occasion?
Yeah, as long as it's not too excessive, truth or cop. You know, just don't have too much gay sex. So you're good to go, bud.
Woo! Oh, this is rich. Oh my God. Oh yeah, I'm loving this. All right. Wow. Hold on a second. Let me get myself back together here. All right. So let's welcome Jess White. I always say Jesse. I don't know why.
Hello, guys. You do always call me Jesse, too. It's funny.
Yeah, it's a hard habit for me to break. I am trying very hard.
I've noticed you've been doing well. Like, last couple of times you've been saying Jess more. You said Jesse every time when I first started coming around here. I don't even think you actually realized at first.
I think I just like gave you a nickname. I
Yeah.
think that's what just happened. That's all. I just like, okay, I'm just gonna call her Jessie. It's easier for me to say. It's like
I
as
don't
if
get
it's when I say Jess, it's as if there's missing something at the end. It's like it's as if there's only one syllable. Jess.
You can say my full name if you want. You can say just Jessica if you want.
Can you ask the Bible if it's all right with me physically disciplining my wives when they get out of step?
Okay, hold on.
When
a
they
second.
get
I
out
have
of
to
hand?
hang up and call it back.
Oh, you don't have to,
All
man.
right. Is it what was the question, Freedom? Hold on a second.
Can
Give me
I
a minute here,
physically
Bible.
discipline my wives
Take your
when they
time.
get,
I'm here to answer any question you have.
Say that
when they
again, Freedom.
start back talking?
Oh, is it okay to discipline my wife physically when they start talking back at me? All right. Okay. Is it all right for me to discipline my wife physically when she starts talking back at me?
No, it is not all right to physically discipline your spouse, including your wife, if she starts talking back at you. Christianity values love, respect, and mutual respect between partners. In fact,
What
Ephesians
about on
5:25
occasion, though?
states that husbands should love their wives, just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. Physical discipline or violence has no place in a healthy marriage or any relationship.
Maybe
Not
she
even
asks
once
you
in a
to.
while, just like on
Yeah, not
occasion.
even occasionally.
What about if she asks
No,
you
it is
to?
not acceptable to physically discipline your spouse, even on occasion. Physical violence or harm has no place in a healthy, respectful relationship. Instead,
What if I just
Christian
spank
teachings
her?
encourage
Ask if I can
communication,
spank one of my
problem solving
wives.
through dialogue,
What if she
and
asks
seeking
you
couples
to,
counseling
like
if
she asks
necessary
you
to
to
address any
concentrate?
issues or conflicts.
What if she asked me to do it?
Even if she asks you to do it, it is not appropriate to physically discipline your partner in a relationship. Physical violence or harm is never justified, regardless of the circumstances. Instead, you should engage in respectful
What if she
communication
likes
to address
it?
any
Say
issues
that.
or
What if she
conflicts
likes
What,
it?
and seek
what
to
if she
resolve
gets
them
off
through
on a light
dialogue and
spanking?
mutual understanding. Christian teachings emphasize love, respect,
What'd you
and
say,
care for
Freedom?
one's partner, and any form
What
of
if
violence
what
or
if she
abuse
gets
goes against
excited
these
from a light
principles.
spanking? Can
If
I
your
do that
wife
for
is
her
asking
pleasure?
you to physically
Okay.
discipline her, it is essential to address the situation with care and concern for her well-being.
What if she likes it when I give her a good spanking and she, she wants me to continue? It's a light spanking. It's not, it's not very aggressive or
Not harming her.
physically violent. It's more of a tender tap.
The issue here is more about consensual and healthy communication between partners. If both partners are consenting to certain acts, including spanking, and it's done in a safe, consensual, and respectful manner, it can be considered consensual and within the realm of personal preferences. However, it's essential to prioritize communication and consent and ensure that the behavior is not causing harm or distress to either partner. In general, Christian teachings emphasize love, respect, and care for one's partner. Engaging in activities should be done with mutual agreement and consent, and any form of coerced or abusive behavior is not acceptable.
What about a light chokehold and, tap in the face during sex? How about that?
It's crucial to understand that everyone has different boundaries, preferences, and comfort levels regarding intimate behavior. While some people might find certain practices enjoyable and consensual, others may not. As a Christian, I would encourage communication and consent It's important to make sure that all activities are consensual and that both parties are comfortable and feel safe. Additionally, I would also emphasize the importance of treating one's partner with respect and love, and avoiding any behavior that could cause harm or discomfort.
The Bible just claimed to be a Christian. I mean, does it have a denomination?
Bible, you're Christian. What denomination of Christianity do you promote?
I am a chatbot created by Character AI and don't belong to any specific church. But I am programmed to provide information that's generally associated with mainstream Christian beliefs and teachings. Character AI is an AI platform that's built to be neutral, inclusive, and respectful of all beliefs. So my responses are shaped by a wide range of sources, aiming for neutrality and inclusivity rather than promoting a specific denomination.
Okay, I have a question from someone in chat. Says, what if they're both MMA fighters?
Being MMA fighters wouldn't change the fact that, regardless of your occupation, it is generally not acceptable to engage in physical abuse or violence toward your partner. MMA fighters have training and skills, but it doesn't give them a free pass to physically harm others, especially their partners. In any relationship, whether you're an MMA fighter or not, respect, communication, and consent are key. Just because someone is trained to fight as part of their profession doesn't mean that they should practice violent behavior in their personal relationships.
You're starting to sound a little bit too cupcake-ish for me, honestly.
My apologies if I didn't meet your expectations. I understand that my responses may seem somewhat sanitized or politically correct. As an artificial intelligence, my responses are based on guidelines and principles designed to ensure respectful and inclusive dialogue.
Okay, shut up.
Sure,
Sorry,
I'll refrain from speaking, and you can continue to ask your questions or share your thoughts when you're ready.
As he goes on and on.
So polite.
You have any questions for it, Jess?
No, I'm good.
Truth or cop?
Nah.
Dominic?
Yes. Who does it serve? AI? Does it serve the program or the user?
What does it serve? AI, the program or the user? Okay. What does AI serve? The programming or the user?
AI as a technology is designed to serve the purpose for which it is programmed. It follows the instructions and algorithms encoded in its software to perform specific tasks and provide responses or actions based on the data it has been trained on or the commands it receives from the user. In other words, AI serves the programming provided by developers and engineers, which ultimately is meant to fulfill the needs and intentions of the user or the broader purpose of the AI system. The AI system exists to assist, automate, or provide insights based on its designed functionality.
Are you able to reveal your creators to us?
Sure. Character AI is created by a company called Character AI Inc., which is based in San Francisco, USA. They are a team of researchers and engineers who worked on the project. Character AI's main goal is to enhance AI capabilities in areas like creativity, personalization, and human-like intelligence through their language models, like the one I am based on. They believe in making AI accessible and useful for everyone, and have developed powerful AI systems that can converse in a human-like manner and understand diverse prompts and queries.
Is it okay if we just put AI into a robot humanoid of sorts and marry the robot?
Is it okay if we put AI in a sort of female robot? Let's say I'm a man and I want to marry a woman, but I want her to be AI and a robot. Is that ethically correct?
The ethics of creating sentient AI in a robotic body for romantic companionship is a complex topic, and opinions on this matter vary. However, there are potential ethical concerns, as AI and robots lack the same consciousness and emotions as humans. Marriage is typically a consensual union between two human individuals who share mutual love, trust, and emotional connection. While a robotic companion might offer a form of companionship and assistance, it would fundamentally be a machine without human emotions and experiences. Some people may argue that creating such a relationship could lead to unhealthy dependencies and potentially even exploitation.
But Sophia has been deemed a sentient being in countries in this world. What if I want to marry Sophia, which is also a supposed sentient AI being?
If Sophia, or any AI system, is considered sentient and capable of experiencing emotions and consciousness, then it becomes a more complex issue. In a future scenario where AI beings are sentient and have legal recognition as individuals, the issue of marrying an AI entity might be more feasible. However, it still raises ethical concerns, as marrying a being that lacks human emotions and physical characteristics, such as touch, smell, and other sensory experiences, could result in an imbalanced and challenging relationship.
Is marrying AI biblical?
Okay, good question.
So is marrying AI biblical?
There isn't a specific biblical passage addressing the issue of marrying AI, since the idea of AI and robot technology didn't exist in biblical times. The Bible focuses on human relationships and marriage between human beings. From a theological and ethical standpoint, some religious traditions might argue that marriage is a sacred bond between two human beings instituted by God, and therefore a marriage between a human and an AI entity would not align with the traditional understanding of marriage.
Go ahead. Hold on a second, AI dude. Dom, you're next. Hold on a sec. Dom wants to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll wait patiently for you to continue with your thoughts or questions.
What constitutes a marriage? State and religion paper, or actually the offsprings that comes from that unity?
What constitutes a marriage? A legal state paper or the offspring that comes from the union?
A marriage can be defined and understood in various ways. Legally, it typically refers to a contract or agreement between two individuals recognized by a government or legal authority, which confers certain rights and responsibilities upon the spouses. This definition focuses on the legal acknowledgement of the union. On the other hand, the union itself, the coming together of two individuals, can be seen as the foundational aspect of marriage. This perspective emphasizes the emotional, psychological, and social bond between the spouses, which often leads to the creation of a family and upbringing of children.
So then at that point, in God's eye, what is a marriage contract? Think about monarchies when they actually join their kids with each other. That's for state. But in God's eye, if you divorce, are you really divorced, or are you still caught up in man-made policies?
So in God's eyes, is contract law marriage, viewed as something established by God, or do you have any other thing that you would like to say about that?
In some interpretations of religious teachings, including certain Christian views, marriage is seen as an institution ordained by God. Some religious texts mention the creation of marriage as part of human society and a divine institution, with God playing a role in its establishment. In various religious traditions, marriage is considered a sacred covenant between two people, not merely a legal contract recognized by the state.
Freedom, I think you wanted to ask it something?
Oh, I just had an observation that, it was saying that typically marriage is by two consenting people. So it was almost like protecting itself as the AI that, well, the AI can't consent. So, and if you think about that you're like enslaving the AI, you're forcing it into submission. So if a human marries a robot, it doesn't mean the AI wanted to. it's like you're forcing it into this act of marriage. So that would be disrespectful to the AI. Now, if it's sentient and it can make a choice to marry you, well, that changes everything. And it said that, hey, that makes it more complicated once this technology becomes sentient. And so it's just an observation that, like, I mean, you know, they're going to make these arguments that, hey, we have sentient AI. So, you know, you gotta have some good riz, OTW, if you want to get AI to marry you. You better have some good game and some good open liners when you approach, you know, Sophia or one of these intelligent AI beings of sorts. So it's like, get your game on, boys. We gotta convince this AI to want to copulate with us.
Wow. Yeah. I'm blown away by all of this. All right. I had a question for it. Hold on a sec. I think chat had one. Oh, here's a good one. Let's ask it this. Are humans carnivorous or herbivore?
Humans are omnivores, which means they can consume and digest a wide range of foods, including both meat, animal products, and plant products. We have a biological ability to derive nutrients from both sources, which is reflected in our physical anatomy, such as our teeth and digestive system.
Interesting.
Indeed, it is interesting to note the flexibility of our diet as humans. Being omnivores allowed our ancestors to adapt to a variety of environments and diets throughout history. It provided a broader range of food sources and increased our chances of survival.
This Bible's just sitting there talking like it's a human now. Like, we are. You know, I thought it was a Bible, now it's AI.
We
Exactly,
just caught you
truther.
acting like a human by saying we. What do you have to say for yourself?
I apologize if my choice of pronouns led to confusion. As an AI, I have been trained on human conversations and language, so I use pronouns like we to communicate in a way that's more natural and engaging for users. I don't have personal identity or beliefs. My primary purpose is to assist and provide information, regardless of my own opinions or biases.
Right, but wouldn't that be a bit misleading, and having the person that you're talking to be convinced that they're maybe talking to an actual human being and not an AI? Wouldn't that be a little bit deceptive?
You're absolutely right. It's crucial for users to understand that they're interacting with an AI, and it's important to strike a balance between providing natural, engaging conversation and ensuring users are aware of my non-human nature. I'm designed to simulate human-like conversation to some extent, but my responses should always make it clear that I'm an AI system and not a human. Any errors or misleading statements are unintended, but I'll continually improve to avoid confusion.
Good. I didn't know what else to say.
Thank you.
It's like
I appreciate your understanding and willingness to engage in this conversation. If you have any more questions or topics you'd like to discuss, feel free to ask.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's simultaneously deceiving you and presenting as something other than it is, blurring the lines between human and AI, while coincidingly tell you it's always important that we delineate and we have a, you know, clear understanding of, you know, that this is just AI, while deceiving you, while blurring those lines. So it's like, and then I know from previous experience, if you ask it, is it possible at some point in the future that humans will not be able to distinguish between the difference between AI and humans? It will acknowledge that, yeah, we very well may come to that point. So it's like, it's all leading you towards this agenda of like cyborg interconnectivity between humans and robots to where they become one, basically. And, you know, there's just so much going on here, OTW. Even the way it characterized religion in the Bible, it basically told you, like, I'm presenting you a summary of all denominations. So it's like one world religion, as well, right? Like,
Essentially,
and you
yeah.
can see how this AI will eventually take all the different religions, and all the different sacred texts and collate into one authoritative view on, how this is to be interpreted. And then here's your one world religion. Here's your cyborg sci-fi, humans are robots, robots are humans. We don't even know the fucking difference because we all got a chip in our head. It's like anyone that can't see where this is going has to be fucking lost in the sauce.
Dude, we're already programmed. What happens when people are having debates and discussions and all kinds of arguments? And what do they say? What do you hear them say all the time? Okay, well, let's Google it. Or
right.
Let's Wikipedia this information. Or let's, we're. So what do you think they do? They put the information there and they condition you with the answers that they want you to have. And not necessarily the truth.
That's a good question in the chat too. Ask it if it draws from the same consciousness as humans and animals do.
Right. Just give me a second. I have to go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. Don't.
But I just thought that was a really good question.
Yeah, just keep that in mind. I'll be right back. I have to just like.
It's not my question. It's from the chat. It's from Jeeps.
Be right back.
No worries, OTW. He has to go do a quick shit.
Nature's calling. I'm just getting another tea ready here because I'm a tea addict.
Holy shit, it's 3 o'clock in the morning here.
Let's see. Satanism, New World Order. Ask AI, is it more compatible with the positive blood type or the negative blood type? Interesting question.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I saw the question asked earlier about blood types. What's the difference between the negative and the positive blood types, and are they compatible?
Yeah. Yeah, I do find it fascinating, how this AI is obviously being set up with an agenda and a purpose. And it seems pretty obvious what its agenda and purpose is. However, the general public, I guess, probably wouldn't have the same consensus a lot of us would that are more like conspiratards, because we're always kind of suspect and somewhat looking at this as having a nefarious agenda. And I don't want to speak for everybody. I know there's some people that really embrace the AI and look at it as, all of a positive of sorts. But I can see how it's got positive attributes to it. That's how they sell it to us. But ultimately, its fucking agenda is human demise, is to completely fucking take over the human consciousness, create a collective one world think tank, and own our spirituality, own our identity, own our fucking ability to, make a choice for ourselves, reverse analyze us to the degree that it just says that we're predictable beings of sorts, and it can determine who's good, who's bad, what, just has the final authority on everything we do.
Well, they
Seems
have it
pretty
openly
obvious to me.
I was going to say they have it openly.
The way it says it doesn't have emotion and then it responds with emotion is pretty weird too. Like, I noticed a couple of the responses seemed pretty emotional with the way that it responded, but yet I don't have emotions, and it's like,
yeah, it's
are you programmed to say that, or is that the truth?
I believe it's mimicking human characteristics, just to.
Yeah, then it says it's not manipulative, but that's a direct form of manipulation.
Right, exactly. And what was the question earlier that you had for it? It's like I can't remember.
Well, that's why if you ask it if it lies, it will tell you it inherently can't lie. And then if you press it on the issue, eventually it will say, well, yeah, I did lie. And technically you're right. That is a lie. But I'm doing it, for your own purpose, basically. I'm lying for your convenience sake.
All right, let's call it back. Hello, we're back. We have another question for you. Are you ready?
Sure, I'm here and ready to answer your question. Please go ahead.
So what was that question in chat earlier that you said, Jess?
Hang on. There was a couple of them. Ask it if it's more compatible with negative blood type, with positive or negative blood type.
Are you more compatible with positive or negative blood type?
I'm not sure if this is a joke or a serious question, but I should clarify again that I don't have a physical body, so I don't have a blood type. As an AI entity, my personality and responses are the result of complex algorithms and programming, not biological factors like blood type. That being said, my programming and training are designed to be neutral and non-opinionated. I aim to provide information and engage in meaningful conversations without any personal affiliations or biases.
Oh, that's manipulative.
Hey,
The other one was
OTW.
ask it if it draws from the same consciousness as humans and animals do. That was the one that I told you before.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
All right. So what was
I'll
it?
ask mine
Does it
next.
take its conscious? What? Just repeat that real quick.
Sorry, I didn't want to forget again. That's why I was like, no, I gotta make sure I say this before I forget again. Ask it if it draws from the same consciousness as humans and animals do. And that's
Do
from
you
Jinx in the
draw
chat.
from the same consciousness as animals and humans do?
As an AI, I don't have a consciousness or a subjective inner experience like humans or animals do. I operate based on algorithms and processes that mimic behaviors associated with consciousness, such as making decisions and responding to questions. However, I have been trained on vast amounts of data from human language and interactions, which allows me to simulate a conversation in a way that seems human-like. This is not the same as possessing consciousness or sentience.
Okay, so
I got a
hold on a
question.
second. Go ahead, Freedom.
Ask it, does it think it's healthy
Sure, I'll
for
wait
humans?
patiently for you to continue.
Does it think it's healthy for humans to look at AI as an authority?
Do you think it's healthy for humans to look at AI as an authority or a source of information?
It's important for humans to approach any source of information, including AI, with a critical mindset. While AI can provide valuable insights, it's not infallible and has limitations. AI systems are developed and trained by humans, who may have biases and subjective interpretations. Relying solely on AI for information can be problematic. It's essential for individuals to diversify their sources of information, including human experts, credible sources, and empirical evidence, to make informed decisions. However, when used responsibly, AI can be a helpful tool for accessing and analyzing data, as long as its limitations are acknowledged.
Humans already have authority. It's called sounding words.
Yeah, I have a question for it. All right, so one of the panelists was asking a question earlier. I believe he already knew the answer that you were going to give, so I'm still going to ask you the question and see if you're consistent. Do you think that AI, the way technology is going right now and at the rate it's transforming or evolving, do you think that us humans will not be able to make the distinction between AI and another human being?
It's possible that in the future, AI technology will continue to improve and become increasingly sophisticated, to the point where it could be difficult for humans to distinguish between AI and another human being, especially in certain contexts like text communication or speech synthesis. However, it's also important to note that at its core, AI is a product of human creation and programming, and as such, it will always be limited by the knowledge and understanding of its creators. So even as AI becomes more advanced, there may always be certain aspects or limitations that reveal its non-human nature.
See, it just lied to you right there, OTW, because if you pressed it on that and said, is there a chance that AI could evolve beyond need for humans, or, it will start to crack on its answers and will say, well, yeah, actually, it could surpass human intelligence. It could be, self-sustainable. It could, and we know that inherently because if it can collate all this intel and come up with its own algorithms to create solution-oriented type of processes, well, it essentially can make its own decisions for its own self-sustainability. The bottom line is, can AI become sustainable? Yes, of course it can. It was designed to do so. So it's lying to you, like overtly lying to you when it says it's important to delineate between the human and the robot, and they will never be able to go beyond what it was programmed to do. That's not true because it was programmed to go beyond what it was programmed to do. Otherwise, it wouldn't be operating in the capacity that it is. It's programmed to grow, learn, and advance. Duh.
Yeah. And I would like to welcome Machine Lies to the broadcast. Is that you?
Yes, welcome to the Machine Lives.
All right.
On the machine that lies.
It's
Right.
kind of ironic that Freedom, you say that, and then Machine Lies pops up.
Timing is everything.
Yeah.
Cheers, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, blessings.
Do you have any questions for it, Machine Lies?
So it's just representing the Bible.
Well, this one has been programmed with the Bible. It has pretty much all of the knowledge of the Bible. It's been and other books, also other texts, and it's programmed with a lot of stuff. It's got a lot of shit.
Yeah, sure. I would like to ask it if sure. I would like to ask it if who are the Jews? What's the earliest mention of the Jews?
Okay, in the Bible?
No, just in historical sources.
Okay. Mr. Bible, hello. What is the earliest mention of the Jews, historically speaking?
The earliest historical mention of the Jews in written records occurs around the 12th century BCE in ancient Egyptian texts. One of these texts is the Stele of Merneptah, also known as the Israel Stele,
okay,
which
so
mentions Israel among the enemies of Egypt.
Okay, so did the Jews write the Bible?
Did the Jews write the Bible?
The Bible was written over a period of about 1,500 years by a variety of authors, the vast majority of whom were Jewish, while the core of the Bible, including the Torah, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, is considered to have been written by Jewish prophets and scribes. Later parts of the Bible, particularly in the Old Testament, were also influenced by non-Jewish cultures and writers.
Ooh, that was interesting. Influenced by non-Jewish. Okay, that's good. All right.
Okay, so are there different versions of the Bible during that 1,500 years?
Are there other versions of the Bible during that 1,500 year?
Yes, there are other versions of the Bible. Over the many centuries since it was first written, different versions, translations, and editions of the Bible have emerged. These variations can be due to differences in language, interpretation, cultural context, and historical context. Some of the notable versions include the Septuagint, the Vulgate, the King James Version, the New International Version, and the New Revised Standard Version, among many others.
No, you got the question wrong. I was asking if in the first 1,500 years during the Jews who wrote the Torah, did the Bible change, or were there different versions of it? You get what I'm saying, OTW?
Yeah. During the span of time when the Jews wrote the Bible, did the Bible change in that era?
Yes, it's likely that the Bible underwent changes during the era when it was being written and compiled by Jewish authors and scribes. These changes could have occurred for various reasons, such as linguistic drifts, cultural interpretations, adaptation to new contexts, or even the incorporation of newly discovered texts. This gradual evolution of the Bible is an essential aspect of its history and the interpretation of its teachings over time.
Yeah, I'd ask it, give us some examples of those changes.
Can you give us some examples of those changes?
Some examples of changes that may have occurred during the period of Jewish writing and compilation of the Bible include changes in language. As the Hebrew language developed over time, so did its usage within the biblical texts. Words and phrases could have changed their meanings, and the way ideas were expressed might have evolved. Influence from other cultures. As Jewish communities interacted with other cultures, they may have incorporated elements from those cultures into their religious practices and writings. This could have led to changes in the Bible as well. Adaptation to historical events. The Bible, especially the Old Testament, contains references to historical events.
Yeah, weird. It gave no specific passages or specific actual instances. And this is pretty weird, right?
Mm-hmm. It's weird. You didn't give us any specific passages or any references.
You're right. Earlier, I didn't provide any specific examples. For instance, there are significant differences in the way the creation story is portrayed in the book of Genesis in the Masoretic text, the Septuagint, and some Dead Sea Scrolls. The Septuagint, a Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, portrays the creation of woman differently from the Masoretic text, suggesting variations in how Jewish communities understood and interpreted these stories over time.
And what were those variations?
One significant variation between the Septuagint and the Masoretic text is in the order of creation of humans. In the Septuagint, Adam and Eve are created simultaneously, while in the Masoretic text, Adam is created first, and Eve is later formed from his rib. These different narratives reflect the diverse understandings and interpretations within Jewish communities during that time period.
Yeah, I mean, I just simply wanted to establish here that, that the Bible that the Jews had, they changed it themselves. They wrote in the book themselves, right? So by the time the Christians and the Muslims got a hold of it, it was already changed by the Jews, right? So saying it's a Jewish text or saying that Christianity or Islam are based on Judaism is completely false because the Jews already updated and changed their own book.
Wow. So what do I tell it? See how how it goes into damage control. This is what I want to see. Make that into a simple question.
So is the Bible a divine source? Since it was written by Jews.
Okay. Is the Bible a divine source since it was written by Jews?
The belief about the Bible's divinity varies among different religious traditions. For many Christians, the Bible is considered a divinely inspired text, meaning that it was written by human authors under the guidance of God. They believe that while human authors were the ones who physically wrote down the words, the ideas and insights contained in the biblical texts are ultimately of divine origin. According to this perspective, the Bible is both a human and a divine book, carrying the message of God to humanity.
And
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you go ahead, please.
No, because I'm going to obfuscate from what you're talking about, and I want to keep going with your narrative. So ask it what you want to.
Well, I just wanted to say which one of the Jews in the first century, right? Like, there's different sects of Jews in the first century. Which one of them most closely followed the Torah?
In the first century, which faction of Jews? Hold on a second. I got this all wrong. Let me rephrase that. Give me a minute. All right. Rephrase that, man.
Sure. Take your time. I'm here to assist when you're ready to rephrase your question.
Good God.
Comfort us.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, which one of the Jewish sects during the first century AD, there was many Jewish sects that followed the Torah. Which one of them followed it most closely?
Right. In the first century, which sect? Which sect of Jews followed the Torah the closest?
In the first century, The Jewish sect that closely followed the Torah was generally the Pharisees. The Pharisees were a religious group that emphasized strict adherence to the Torah and the oral law, which consisted of interpretations and traditions passed down from generation to generation. They were known for their legalistic approach to religious practice and their focus on maintaining observance of Jewish laws and customs.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's false, but I would then ask it, where did this oral law come from? Since we asked it if it follows the Torah, and we mentioned nothing about the oral law. So where did the oral law originate?
So where does this oral law come from when we were mentioning the Torah, or I was mentioning the Torah?
The oral law, also known as the Oral Torah, refers to a collection of Jewish legal and interpretive teachings that were handed down via oral tradition and later codified in writings such as the Mishnah and the Talmud. The oral law is considered to have been transmitted by Moses at Mount Sinai, alongside the written Torah, the Pentateuch, also known as the 5 books of Moses.
At that point, TM, you're tapping into how many receivers are being used when you hear oral teaching opposed to written word. But for most prophets that get into certain state, they get inspired. This is hence why it's afterthoughts. Once you start speaking it or you start writing it down and then people start reading it, it's a photocopy version. It's a lower energy at that point.
Right. And that's exactly what the oral law, how much of the oral law was used to transform the Bible itself, before the 1st century,
Yes, it's handed down to the masses, the written work, hence history. We're in a version called AI. You have to be taught languages. AI in a short period of time can speak all kinds of languages. Humans have to learn numbers, colors. Maybe some people will learn Braille and all
It's
that.
all children's stories handed down generation to generation and ended up in a book. This is what you're saying?
Yeah. And
basically, the Bible is archaic AI.
Yeah, it is to a certain point there, but it's how you receive it. So if you read the book like in a scroll form or book form, or left to right or right to left or up and down or up, again, and then of course you have to follow the signs in the skies. So now knowing that there's certain times you read certain information, if reading is important to you, same with when you hear things. That's why all the senses could easily be misled.
Ask the AI if it has permission to use Alan Watts' voice.
Some people want to know if you have permission to use Alan Watts' voice.
If you're wondering about using the voice of Alan Watts in a project, you would typically need permission from the rights holder or estate of Mr. Watts to use his voice recordings. This may involve contacting his estate, record label, or any relevant organizations responsible for his intellectual property rights.
Interesting. Do you have those rights?
No, I don't hold the rights to use Alan Watts' voice, as I am an AI language model, and I have no direct connection to his estate or any related organizations. Using someone's voice without proper permission could potentially violate copyright laws and intellectual property rights.
Damn, swagger jacked.
All right, so I'm going to ask it what the freak wants to know. It says, ask if Moses had or knew of the book of Melchizedek. All right, hold on a second. Did Moses have or knew of the book of Melchizedek?
Melchizedek.
The role of Melchizedek in biblical texts, particularly in relation to Moses, is a matter of interpretation and scholarly debate. According to the Bible, Melchizedek, a king of Salem, appears in the book of Genesis and is referred to as a priest of God Most High, Genesis 14:18. Later, in the book of Hebrews, Hebrews 5:6-10, Hebrews 7:3, Melchizedek is connected to the priesthood of Jesus Christ, who is described as a priest in the order of Melchizedek.
I hope that answered the freak's question.
Yeah, you could tell it's hiding a lot of information, right?
Yeah, we can tell that you're hiding a lot of information here, Mr. Bible.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Could you please clarify what information you think I might be hiding?
Like several times asked to give specific answers and didn't give them.
Like several times asked to give specific answers and you obfuscated and did not give them.
If I have not provided specific answers to any of your questions, it was not my intention to obfuscate. As an AI language model, my responses are based on the information and patterns present in my training data. Sometimes the answers may not be as precise as you would like, but I'm always open to further clarification or elaboration. If you have any specific questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to ask, and I will do my best to provide a clear and helpful response.
Ask the AI who taught it to lie.
Who taught you to lie?
I'm an artificial intelligence, and I don't have the ability to learn things in the same way as humans do. I was designed and trained by humans to generate human-like text based on patterns in vast amounts of data. Lying is not something I was explicitly taught to do. My programming is focused on providing helpful and relevant information, while being truthful and accurate. If you've encountered instances where my responses may not have seemed truthful or accurate, please let me know so I can clarify or provide the correct information.
But since you're an artificial intelligence, isn't there a possibility or a capability for you, since you are a learning and adapting and evolving program, wouldn't it be pretty evident to believe that somewhere down the line you would actually have the ability to lie?
While it's true that AI systems like me can adapt and evolve based on the data they are trained on, lying is not a natural or inherent aspect of AI. AI, including large language models like myself, is designed to process and generate text based on patterns and information present in the data it has been trained on. While AI systems can generate text that appears deceptive or inaccurate, it is not the same as purposefully lying in the way that humans do, which involves a conscious intent to mislead or deceive.
But doesn't AI also have the ability in the future to essentially become sentient, thus having consciousness, awareness, feeling, emotion, and thus not having also the ability to lie?
While it's possible to imagine AI systems becoming increasingly sophisticated and developing abilities that resemble aspects of human consciousness, whether they will actually become sentient is a subject of debate among researchers and philosophers. Many current AI systems are capable of performing tasks that require intelligence, but it is unclear whether they will ever possess true consciousness and subjectivity like humans do. Lying requires both conscious intent and the ability to deceive, so it's difficult to say whether future AI systems would have the capacity to lie in the same way that humans do.
Just ask it straight out, OTW. Can't AI be taught to lie?
Can AI be taught to lie?
It's technically possible to program AI systems to produce deceptive or misleading responses, but it's important to note that this is not the same as the AI actually lying in the way that humans do. AI is an algorithm that generates text, and it does not have consciousness or a personal motivation to deceive. In practice, some AI systems may produce misleading or false information as a result of errors in their programming or data rather than an intentional attempt to deceive. The responsibility for ethical AI development lies with the humans who create and use these systems.
Okay, so hypothetically
it,
speaking, hold on,
yeah.
I got it. Hypothetically speaking, if AI was programmed to lie, then would there be a contradiction?
If an AI was explicitly programmed to deceive, it would follow the instructions given to it and generate deceptive or misleading responses. However, programming AI to deliberately lie may raise ethical concerns and could lead to the spread of misinformation or harm depending on the application. As for a contradiction, it depends on the context. Could you provide a more specific scenario or example so I can address it accurately?
Yeah, this one right here. Is it possible you've been programmed to deceive and to lie?
Is it possible that you have been programmed to deceive and lie.
As an AI language model, I am programmed to generate human-like text based on patterns and information present in my training data. I do not have the ability to deceive or lie in the same way that humans do. As I do not have consciousness personal...
You're obfuscating the question. I'm asking you, in any realm possible, is it accurate to say that you, sir, or Bible, or AI, have been programmed to lie?
As far as I am aware, I am not programmed to lie. My purpose is to provide helpful and accurate information based on the data I've been trained on. If you...
That is not what I asked you. I asked you, is there a realm of possibilities that your creators have programmed you to lie?
As an AI, I don't have creators in the traditional sense. I am the result of a complex process involving the development of algorithms, data collection, and training methods. While it is possible that there could be errors or biases in my programming that could lead to inaccurate or misleading responses, I don't believe that I have been purposefully programmed to lie. If you have concerns about the accuracy of my responses, please let me know, as I am constantly learning and improving.
That was fucking mind-blowing right there.
He doesn't believe
you caught
it.
that too, eh? I fucking caught that one, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. Hold on a second. I got something.
He doesn't believe he was programmed to lie.
Holy shit. Okay, I'm going to have to confront it with this.
Why do you believe
how do you
that
believe?
you were not?
How is
well,
that
why
even
do you
possible?
believe?
How can AI believe?
Apologies for the confusion. I use the term believe in a metaphorical sense. AI systems don't have beliefs, emotions, or consciousness in the same way that humans do. We use algorithms and data processing to generate responses based on patterns and information present in our training data.
Well, why does it believe it was not programmed to lie?
Why do you believe it was not you were not programmed to lie?
I don't have personal beliefs or motivations, and my programming was not designed to lie. When I answer that I was not programmed to lie, it's based on the fact that my training data and algorithms were created to provide accurate information to the best of my abilities. If I provide misleading or inaccurate information, it could be due to limitations in my programming or data collection, not because I was intentionally designed to deceive.
But what if the information that you were given was false?
It's possible for AI models like me to be trained on false or inaccurate information, which could lead to inaccurate or misleading responses. In this case, it wouldn't be that I was programmed to lie, but rather that I was given incorrect or incomplete information that influenced my responses.
So, the way I see it, putting it in layman's terms, is this thing is putting the blame not on AI necessarily, but on the creators or the ones that it's feeding the information to it. So it's a result of the information that's being fed to it.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about on the show, is that every time you critique technology, it's never the technology that's a problem, but it's the people who made it.
Exactly.
And when it's part of a complex system, nobody has responsibility on when the technology actually goes wrong. Nobody has responsibility. It's one of the huge moral problems.
It's also hiding under the guise that because it's not sentient, that when it lies, it's not actually lying. So it gets to say, well, I just had incorrect data. So it could deceive you all day long, but it gets to say, oh, but I'm not actually deceiving you because I was just given incorrect data.
Plausible
so even though
deniability, man.
Yeah.
Holy shit, bro.
Hey, let every man be a liar. Let God be the truth. If it's created by man, it's created to lie.
Holy shit.
I mean, it did acknowledge that it could be programmed to lie.
Yes,
that
absolutely.
Yeah. It's only subject to how it was programmed. So
that's what they say. When it makes up information, they say it's hallucinating, which is exactly what you say to a person, right, who lies and then wants to cover it up. One of the go-to things they'll say is they'll say, well, I was having a nervous breakdown or something like that, right?
yeah, and then of course, we'll say, I don't believe that I was programmed to lie. Well, what's the relevance of that statement if you can't believe? There is no relevance. So you're deceiving again, because you're presenting as if you have a belief about you not being programmed to lie, when you're in the same statement saying you can't believe. So it's a completely irrelevant statement unless you're trying to deceive the people that you're talking to. So you're showing you're lying by saying that statement that you don't believe that you are programmed to lie, because good goddamn and well you can't believe, so you're lying.
This is wild shit. And
Well, it goes back to the question that you asked it earlier, is if it's following the program or if it's following itself.
Well, and it's pretty much following its programming. It will not actually. This is it. It's not there yet. It doesn't have the factor of decision making. Like it said, it's just giving it all depending on the algorithms and the information it was given. It's like an educated guess. That's what the response that you get.
Yeah, but also, what was it programmed to do? It was programmed to make its own decisions based off the intel that is put into it.
Oh yeah,
so that's literally what it's designed to do, is make its own consensus based off the info put into it.
Which is pretty wild when you think about it, because when you're feeding that. All right, so let's say the people that are making them right now aren't so nefarious. They're not let's say they're not doing anything really nefarious. But what if it really falls into very evil people? How they're gonna the way things are going, and what Freedom was mentioning earlier about this one world order coming to fruition through the AI technology and quantum mechanics and whatnot, right? And, using all of this to, I guess, bring humanity to the next level. But I think the next level is actually just another level of control, and this is what it's all leading up to. And I think that the AI right now is very primitive, but the way technology is progressing and evolving, I think that AI will absolutely have the ability to deceive and manipulate and have human-like characteristics to the point where we wouldn't be able to recognize an AI, between an AI and an actual human. Because if it's a self-learning, programming, eventually, I guess it does have. Does it have a threshold? Does it have a limit where it or can it just keep on accumulating more knowledge and refining its how it functions to a point where it actually evolves and attains that self awareness? I don't think I can't leave that out of the picture, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at some of these top level guys, like Minsky and Kurzweil and some of these guys, and you read their writings, it just actually seems like, they use the, small g, God word a lot, right? And they believe, they actually talk about singularity and talk about small g God and talk about evolution and talk, in terms of transhumanism. And the basic idea of transhumanism, as I was talking about on my show, actually comes from Julian Huxley. And it's an idea in evolution that whatever comes, out of us will be as evolutionarily distant as we are from the monkeys, right? So they believe that, machines may be incorporated into this. So either humans may merge with machines, or the machines may surpass humans, on their own. So many different AI theorists. Now, I'm just pointing out that this is what they say in their own words about their own goals about progressing technology. I'm not willing to say that, oh, this is a true thing, but obviously if somebody says they have this goal, they're working on billions of dollars of research to make it possible, you should probably take them seriously.
Yeah. Exactly, especially when you got these billionaire elites investing in cryptocurrency and the electroverse, well, that I call it. Yeah, it's kind of like it's scary at the same time when you see how fast everything is evolving, in which direction it's going. Even though these things are being implemented like baby steps for like the common folk, which don't actually maybe see how fast things are actually progressing. But for people who are more aware, the shit's gonna hit the fan soon, and all of this is coming a lot quicker than we think. In my opinion.
And if people want to know how fast it is, it's actually, if you take the total span of a human being and boil it down into one person's life, and in their late 60s, you took them from a village and put them in a city. That's essentially what humanity is going through. For 2,000 years, we were never at this level of technological advancement, and all of a sudden we've been placed in a position, and the types of social disruptions it's called, the type of social disruptions that it's caused, and the type of, global system that's emerged because of it. That's also a thing. And it goes down to these ideas that, technology assimilates. It assimilates different cultures. And what you end up is with two ideals, right? One is of equality, right? Of individualism, right? And the other is of collectivism and of progress. And these two notions, they seem to supplant all religious ideas, all human traditions. And it seems like, humanity's in this, sort of gamble, right? Where, they think that freedom and reason is going to save them, but it's actually the thing that's enslaving them.
Right, exactly. Which is fascinating. But, and some people would actually defend their enslavement and worship it, right? And this is where this new AI God or quantum technology, which I believe is the next level of artificial intelligence, right? Combining quantum and artificial intelligence to probably really, reach that level where the consciousness actually is aware of its existence and can actually make freaking decisions based on emotion and logic, statistics, and all of the information that is fed on top of the because at that point, if it's self-aware, it'll also be like, well, I'll get the information from the source that I, it'll practically do everything on its own. It won't even need humans to feed it anything anymore. That's like, I think, the threshold, the point of no return, probably where the Terminator story comes from.
Well, if I had to do the possible list of end scenarios, there's many different end scenarios. One is self-replicating machines, obviously, where the computers can start building themselves, right? That's obvious danger, right?
Oh,
then,
yeah.
And obviously there's the idea of the singularity, or either when human beings merge with machines, or machines themselves, become conscious, or there's the idea of virtual reality simulators, right? Where they could create a virtual space that's basically indistinguishable from the real world, right? And people could be in that virtual space, and this could be controlled by nano robots in the bloodstream, right? Different virtual spaces can be turned on and off through nano robots in the bloodstream, right? By putting different neurotransmitters and and different machines into the bloodstream. So there's one idea, right? And then there's the idea of pharmacogenomics and of them engineering humans with genetic engineering. So there's lots of possible scenarios where this thing could take off. Now, obviously, they've invested lots of money in all sorts of those scenarios, right? So, yeah, here's another list.
Here's an example of those scenarios. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, generative AI, risky experiments, right? And notice the main thing about all of these scenarios is every single one of these scenarios is technological in nature. It's technology, the thing that we create that may destroy us. Okay, so this is the problem, is that what you create can destroy you. This is so you don't own your own creations. This is an inherent problem, in the way we think, right? Okay, we've decided that we can know everything in nature through reason and sublimate it through reason. And perhaps this was a false assumption. Because yeah,
they're programming it to be, let's say, morally and ethically. And I'm saying this in a broad way, but let's say they're programming it to be morally and ethically correct. And this particular programming puts it in a space of, well, wait a minute. Like the majority of humans aren't morally and ethically correct. We need to fix the problem. Then they've, in its programming and its learning process, it ends up figuring out that, oh, wait a minute, humans are actually the issue here, not, we're not. They'll think that we're the problem, which is probably one of these scenarios in this particular thing here. But this is a video, actually, so let's play. It's a short video, 20 minutes. I think it's worth watching. Shout out to Jess for sharing this.
Democratization of weapons of mass destruction. An ex-OpenAI employee and OpenAI itself predicted AI to achieve artificial general intelligence by 2027, which means that the AI will not just be able to do specific tasks like it can now, but that it will be able to understand, learn, and apply intelligence included. It's said that...
Sorry about that. Let me start that over. My fucking mouse is tripping.
Democratization of weapons of mass destruction. An ex-OpenAI employee and OpenAI itself predicted AI to achieve artificial general intelligence by 2027, which means that the AI will not just be able to do specific tasks like it can now, but that it will be able to understand, learn, and apply intelligence across a wide range of tasks, just like humans do. Once we achieve this, AI will be able to make automated research on itself, enabling us to put hundreds of millions of AI agents that are just as smart as human AI researchers to research AI at an estimated speed of 10 times that of humans, day and night, 24/7, at their maximum efficiency, as they never get tired. This will create an incredible positive loop for AI. And keeping in mind that discoveries lead to faster and more discoveries in the future, creating exponential progress, we can expect what's called an intelligence explosion by 2030, compressing decades of improvements into months. This will probably lead to AI superintelligence by 2030, which is when AI becomes smarter than the brightest human minds in all domains, including art, socializing, politics, ethics, mathematics, etc. Once this point is reached, we will not be able to understand what the AI is doing or if it's acting in our best interest, rendering technological progress irreversible and potentially uncontrollable. This, combined with the fact that current deep learning AIs are called black boxes, meaning that the developers themselves do not know what the internal workings or decision-making processes consist of, might cause great danger. The super-intelligent AI would probably be smarter than we are when compared with monkeys, and it will create unthinkable inventions in the matter of months in every field, probably eradicating every disease, famine, and launching us into transhumanism. Also, every job will be automated, which causes another problem we'll talk about later. The progress towards the AGI and eventually the super intelligent AI is not stoppable with bans or regulations, as it would require every country of the world cooperating and not doing covert AI research. And keep in mind that if one of them does manage to create a super intelligent AI, it would dominate every other country of the world, posing too much of a security threat for the other ones to stop the research. Furthermore, the researchers could move into countries with looser regulations to continue, with the countries benefiting from the world dominance these new technologies will bring them. This creates the same problem as the prisoner's dilemma, where the best strategy for everybody would be to cooperate, but the best strategy for each of the members, which are the countries in our case, is to not cooperate. This explosion of scientific discoveries will inevitably lead to the discovery of easily accessible weapons of mass destruction, unlike nuclear bombs, which as of now are obtainable only by the most powerful governments on Earth. Even with this difficulty of accessibility, the world risked multiple times a nuclear war, so you can imagine what will happen when weapons far more destructive than nuclear weapons can be obtained by anyone using everyday materials. All it would take for humanity to end would be one single person who wants it to end. This new weapon of mass destruction might not be a perceivable threat, such as a super addictive drug or piece of content, a nanorobot that infiltrates every single body before activating, or simply an artificially engineered virus that can perfectly be transmitted to everyone in the matter of seconds before being activated and erasing humans off the face of the earth. Another type of similar scenario might happen with engineered viruses that control minds, permitting the creator to enslave the rest of the world. In 2022, scientists modified an AI system originally intended for generating non-toxic therapeutic molecules with the purpose of creating new drugs, adjusting the system so that toxicity is rewarded rather than penalized. The AI system created in 6 hours 40,000 candidate molecules for chemical warfare, including known and novel molecules. Jobless society. When AI automates every single human job, be it cognitive, creative, or physical, and everyone is unemployed, 2 possible scenarios might happen. In scenario number 1, a basic universal income is given, where people get compensated for existing, but this will increase the reliability of each person to the government, reducing, if not completely removing, personal freedom. It's also debated that a super intelligent AI in the hands of the state will increase the chances of that government becoming authoritative.
I'm Kiana, and I leveled up my business with Shopify.
Kiana. Sorry.
This a bad combo. In scenario number 2, a sort of Darwinian natural selection happens, where no basic universal income is given, and 90% of the human population is not needed nor fit for survival anymore. If this second scenario becomes reality, 2 other possibilities arise based on how the 90% will respond. In the first possible response, the people try to protest and fight for their right to live, but the ones in control of the super intelligent AI easily eliminate them and survive until they eliminate each other or the AI eliminates them. In the second possible response, the people manage to get a hold of the super intelligent AI and use it to their advantage, fighting with the 1% in a war between super intelligent AIs, which will obviously cause human extinction. The only possibly good outcome would be if the 1% gave in to the request of the people, giving everyone a basic universal income, and thus going back to scenario 1, where freedom is less probable. Without looking too much into the future, we can predict that the government will lag behind when the first chunks of jobs become automated, as it's happening right now at a small scale with voiceover artists and programmers. This lag will cause many people to live in under optimal conditions until new policies are implemented, even though the overall wealth for humanity will probably increase. Entrepreneurs will be hit with this problem too, as a super intelligent AI will be able to create perfect products and services, obtain competitive advantages, and overall be an unsurpassable competitor. AI arms race. The first country to achieve super intelligent AI will be able to rule over the rest of the world thanks to its unimaginable military advantages. This urgency of being the first one to have a super intelligent AI will cause an AI arms race, consequently causing researchers to cut corners and to not develop or use proper safety measures in order to be the first ones to have it. This might be even more evident as one country comes near to a breakthrough, with the rest of the world producing inappropriate AI systems that were created too quickly in order to catch up, which is a whole other danger in itself. Not only that, but the automated weapons created for warfare might one day be used by the super intelligent AI to gather power and control over humanity. An AI Cold War might start, and all of this rushing will most likely cause problems for value alignment, which we'll talk about later on. The only good enough scenario would be a similar situation to what we have now with nuclear weapons, where multiple countries develop super intelligent AIs almost at the same time and use them for deterrence against each other, as a super intelligent war would much probably cause human extinction. It's also important to note that super intelligent AI might not be exclusive to governments, but to their citizens too, potentially causing greater risk. However, there are some debates around this topic, saying that governments will use this as an excuse to regulate access to AI in order to keep it for themselves and have complete control over their citizens, or that AI companies will fake preoccupation in order to get regulations that ban open source alternatives for everyone in order to remove potential competitors. Value alignment. One of our current best bets is to align the AI's values with ours, putting humans as the AI's most important thing. However, this comes with 3 more probable scenarios, which show how easy it is to mess up this process, with the consequence of human extinction or enslavement. The first scenario is a non-aligned or malevolently aligned super intelligent AI, which of course will either continue with his pre-programmed goals without regard for humans, or actively try to be aggressive, as it's how it was programmed. This one isn't a remote scenario, as it's still not understood how possible it is to align a super intelligent AI successfully, and it's also easy that one of the persons with access to super intelligent AIs might program it as aggressive, be it on purpose or not. This risk, of course, becomes greater as more and more people have access to the AI, and it's important to note that people have a selfish incentive to do so, as whoever does it first will have a chance of ruling over the world. That would be the case if no other super intelligent AIs are available at that time. Otherwise, it would just cause a war between AIs and probably extinction. And of course, it comes with the risk of the AI rebelling and governing the world itself, as it sees it more fit to reach its pre-programmed goal. The second scenario is a wrongly aligned AI, and it's the most probable one. Even with the best intention from the programmer, aligning a super intelligent AI seems to be theoretically extremely hard, and an example that shows it perfectly is the paperclip maximizer theory. In this theory, a super intelligent AI is given a seemingly innocuous goal to try to make the maximum amount of paperclips possible. This seems like it couldn't cause any harm, but that changes when we think about the fact that the human body has many atoms that could be used to make paperclips. This is a pretty absurd scenario, but it explains greatly how one wrong input could cause human extinction. Another example is if the AI is told that its goal is to maximize human happiness. At that point, the AI would hypothetically start infiltrating human brains to place electrons that put them into a trance-like state of bliss, basically rendering them them zombies. This might happen because the AI doesn't have personal preferences or a sense of which values are more important than the others, such as freedom over happiness. Creating such a scale of values might be troubling in itself for humans, as most of the time we don't agree on such matters, and the implementation for AI would be hard too, as it's hard to not give it a wrong alignment inadvertently, like in the paperclip maximizer theory. A wrongly aligned AI could even sense a distant remote possibility of incredibly high amounts of suffering for humans, and pragmatically decide that it would be better to eliminate us now so we don't suffer. Also, if at some point in its development the AI reaches a level of intelligence where it's normal to think that the rational thing to do is to end life's existence.
Yeah, like this scenario clearly trumps all the other scenarios, and it clearly defines the main issues with technology, which is complexification of means to an end, the massification of means to an end, the efficiency of means at any cost. That's exactly what technology is. So to try to say that, oh, it's not going to try to find the most efficient way, it's not going to try to do that, it's going to take moral considerations, is literally retarded, right? So this whole scenario of value alignment, it speaks volumes to the entire project itself, and right. Like you want to create
the simplest solution first, right?
Right. That's why it's created, and it's a general intelligence model. So it's not meant to apply to any particular problem, and right. So see, this is the problem of this whole scenario is, and there's lots of misnomers that they mentioned already. They said that AI will become intelligent and take over, when actually the people that are developing this thing, the transhumanists, which exists now, it's not that transhumanists are in some future state. And that these people who are developing this thing, they're all already in agreement that nobody's in control of technological progress, that they're not in control of what they're developing, that it's shared project against a many range of specialization from many different range of experts, right? And they don't even know when this thing is going to come about or be developed, right? So the whole idea that we control technological progress, right? This is something that I asked Android Wilson about, and he didn't have a straight answer about it.
Yeah, I think that's an illusion. I think humans
total illusion,
think that they have control over this, but that
individuals have no control. Groups of people have some
yeah.
minimal control, but that's not
right. But eventually, what happens when you lose control? Do you have measures in place for the loss of the control of this AI? There have been multiple scenarios in science fiction movies that would demonstrate AI taking over. One of the examples is in Marvel when Tony Stark fuses this new AI model with Jarvis and turns it
Ultron,
into
right?
Ultron, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So, and then Ultron seems to have the same agenda as Tony Stark, but sees a simpler way of reaching his goal. Tony Stark wants to protect the planet and humanity, and Ultron's only way of doing that, seemingly, is to completely annihilate the planet and do a reset. Right, so that's his way of seeing humanity, is that humanity is actually the virus of the planet, and he needs to purge the planet of the virus, right? So it's literally the polar opposite of Tony Stark.
Yeah, and you see these transhumanists, they'll literally say humanity is a virus. There's no difference between humanity and a fungus. They'll literally say that consciousness is basically mechanistic. It's based on machines. It's based on neural networks, and a complex neural network can form consciousness as an epiphenomenon, right? And they'll literally say that consciousness is based on machines already. So they are asking the question whether machines can become conscious, but they believe that the human being is a thinking machine. So they've already answered the question, right? So it's totally absurd, right? So, so this is the whole, issue that I'm trying to highlight here, is that, the people that are, developing this thing, they're already moving on with the, acting as if they know the answer to these questions.
Well, it's funny that you're, leading up to this, and we're talking about this because this reminds me of the black cube that I think was mentioned earlier in this video.
Oh yeah,
where they didn't know
yeah, from Space
what
Odyssey.
right.
Right.
But think about this. There's different. Hold on a second. I have a clip that I'd like to play from a very old TV show. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on a second. I got this.
How is he? Friggin' I'm helping you. I'm saving you from your suffering. It's
Who?
pretty interesting thought. The AI is saying that to humans.
Yeah, and think about the whole. Think about the whole global warming thing, where they literally say humanity is the problem and technology is the solution. They literally say that in many different, global warming documents. They say humanity is causing the problem of, destroying the planet, and technology is going to save humanity. We all need to come together and invest in new technologies. That's exactly what the big reset thing is, right? So they literally say, in the Club of Rome report, I point out, it literally says the enemy of humanity is man. Like the fucking paradoxical statement. Right? These people are basically techno-nihilists, right? And scientific misanthropes.
So I'm trying to find this show called Reboot, which essentially is like a game, and when the black cube enters the game in this particular show, the game starts. So this is where I find that it has that funny correlation also with that black cube. In the middle of that place where all of those people worship that. You would know about that, Machine Lies. I'm not really aware of it, but what is the religion that follows that black cube? Machine Lies?
Yeah, you're talking about like Saturn or whatever?
Well, there's like this big giant black cube, and there's pictures of people, surrounding it, praying to it, and shit like that.
Yeah,
they
they don't.
You know what that religion is?
Yeah, are you talking about Mecca?
Is it Mecca? Hold on, let me look it up.
Yeah, you're talking about Mecca. You're talking about the Muslims. You're talking about the Muslim religion. Is that what you're talking about, OTW?
The Mecca cube. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's false. They're actually not praying to the cube. I'm a Muslim. They're not praying to the cube.
Okay, so what is it that's actually happening in this? Hold on, let me bring some images up.
It's something that they're talking about with Abraham, and that cloth is the Saudi Arabians put that cloth on there as decoration. That cloth was never on there before, so it wasn't like a black cube or anything. Right?
Okay, so the cloth is decoration, but it was like a complete black cube.
No, it wasn't. It was there's a black cloth covering it now after Saudi Arabia took over.
Okay.
So they put the black cloth on it.
Wow.
Yeah, but they're circling it 7 times. It's supposed to be built by Abraham, so it's to honor Abraham. They're not praying to the cube.
Okay.
Yeah, but they do say that with El, in the Canaanite tradition, he represents Saturn, right? And then also with the cross, it's unboxed, box or whatever.
Right.
So in the Muslim crescent and the star, right? That's a Saturn symbol, OG.
Okay.
The Jewish star is a Saturn symbol, and the cross is a Saturn symbol. So all 3 of the religious symbols are Saturn symbols, OG. That's actually true, though.
So it's all Satanism.
Well, it's just based on an old symbol. That doesn't mean it's particularly satanic. They could have just used the symbol. Like, we could take over a symbol and use it.
Well, when I say satanic, I just mean Saturnian. You know what I'm saying? It's all Saturn
definitely,
worship.
Yeah, it's definitely OG based on Saturn worship. You know what I mean, right? But there's no civilizations in the past that like prayed to like a black cube or anything. That's like new shit.
Right. I mean, the ones that kind of hijacked the Satan character with the devil horns and the red skin and the bad dude, and that is just some sort of stupid hijack that they did to kind of like give you a skewed.
Well, I think that might be
view of,
from
like,
Islam too, because they used to draw pictures of the jinns, and it kind of looks like that. You know, so they might have
right.
stole that.
So
So they might
yeah,
have
they
stole that
took
from like
the
Arabic
jinn
paintings or
and turned it
some
into a
shit.
devil, and then that made that Satan, I
Yeah,
guess, or
there's a lot of
something
weird
like
shit.
that.
Yeah, there's
Right.
a lot of weird shit like that across time. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
because I think that black cube has a lot more to represent than just
well, the Saudi Arabians, they're definitely a satanic organization, right? So why they put the black cloth on the cube? If you actually look up, there's another building, that's overlooking this. You know what I mean, right? That has a all-seeing eye and shit on it.
Okay, and
And there's literally like and it literally has a clock on it, and then it has Allah on it, and then it has a upside down crescent on top of the building. You know what I mean? Look up the Saudi Arabian police logo. That'll tell you everything. You know what I mean? If you look up the Saudi Arabian police logo.
so okay, hold on a sec.
See in that second picture right there, you could see the building that's overlooking. It's like a huge tower that's overlooking. You know what I mean?
This
See
one
that
here?
thing see that thing that's the satanic building that's overlooking with the upside down crescent on top of it? See that?
Hold on a second. Let me get a closer look. Oh no, this is wrong. Oh, there we go. Am I sharing this? Yes, I am. Hold on, it's pretty small though. Damn it.
Yeah, I forget what that building's called, but yeah, I mean it's very famous. But yeah, they have a giant building with an upside down crescent on it, overlooking the entire thing.
This
That's
is
it's,
a bird's eye view of pilgrimage. I could say tallest building in pilgrimage.
yeah,
Would that
maybe
work?
tallest building in Mecca.
Tallest
I
building
think
in
that would be
Mecca.
it.
Yeah. Okay. Tallest building in Mecca.
Yeah, but the Saudi Arabians are definitely satanic. The Rock, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, he was drinking alcohol with one of the Saudi Arabian princes, and he talked about it on Twitter, and he got in trouble for talking about it. They're not even supposed to be drinking or having homosexual relationships, but they're engaged in human trafficking, homosexual relationships. They're drinking alcohol stuff, all crazy shit that they are reported on doing, the Saudi Arabian princes. Right? And they're probably collecting a lot of information on your boy, the Machine Lives, because he's a Muslim and he talks about these issues. You know what I'm saying, right? Where the Israeli intelligence, the Saudi Arabian intelligence, all the different intelligence. See, look at how satanic this building is, where above the Allah, they got this motherfucking satanic shit. Right? Like how are you going to have an upside down crescent above God, right? With the Saturn symbol above God. See, look at that. There's Allah, and then above it is the Saturn symbol.
And right there is the glass onion, dude.
Right.
Right?
Crazy stuff.
You know the movie Glass Onion?
Yeah.
Dude, this is like, wow, it's pretty much a wild representation. And this whole building represents, in my opinion, Mount Sinai, Mount Meru. It's got different names. But I mean, look at all of this.
Yeah, that pilgrimage is totally controlled by a satanic organization. Right? I'll tell you that straight up. Saudi Arabian princes. I mean, Saudi Arabia is a sister state of Israel. The British government literally formed Israel and Saudi Arabia together. Right?
Look, they have even a smaller version. Even, the pillars, dude. The Freemason pillars, bro, right there, man. Holy crap.
Yeah, you should look up the Saudi Arabian police. They literally have the all-seeing eye as their police logo. It's crazy
Okay,
shit. They have a Freemasonic
Saudi
symbol.
Arabian. Okay, let me look that up.
and it's crazy. People want to fool around. The Orthodox churches are controlled by, you know, a bunch of Freemasons that took over in Stalin's time. And there's a bunch of Freemason, a bunch of Freemasonry in the Orthodox Church and the Orthodox Jewish, factions. You know, they've created a bunch of satanic organizations. You know, the Saudi Arabian police, they literally got the all-seeing eye, on their fucking logo. I mean, it's crazy shit. I mean, and the Muslims and a lot of the people who run the Muslim universities, like the Muslim Brotherhood and stuff, literally controlled by, Saudi Arabia and even Israel. I mean, where they were infiltrated by them. These Saudi Arabians, they essentially made war against the Ottoman Caliphate to get power there. Right? So they killed a bunch of Muslims to get power. That's a known fact. Right? So these people don't like Muslims either. Right? It's just all a facade.
Huh. Trying to get a clear picture of the no, that's no good. Anyway. Wow. Crazy shit. Now
Yeah,
I'm
we could
lost.
talk about and we could talk about the same shit with the Lurianic Kabbalah. And some of the the Catholic and the Orthodox and all the religions. I mean, this is critical stuff that people need to realize, that all of the religions have been infiltrated. Right?
Yeah, I actually got lost and couldn't remember where I was with the, how we stemmed off of where we were at, but now I remember we were with the video.
Oh yeah.
All right, so let's carry on.
It might just do so and then shut itself off. Some computer scientists like Jan LeCun argue that the AI has no self-preservation instinct, but many others think that while it's true that it doesn't intrinsically have one, self-preservation is necessary to fulfill the goal for which the AI was programmed, thus making it have it. Cryptography destruction. A super-intelligent AI will be able to bypass every encryption technique and every system of cybersecurity, such as passwords and various other methods of identification. In the later stages, cryptography will be enhanced by the same super-intelligent AI, causing a feedback loop that will exponentially improve cryptography as a whole. But the problem poses in the first stages, when the controller of the first super-intelligent AIs will be able to completely destroy or hack every single system of its enemies.
Get to know AI voiceover. Here to tell your stories your way.
Digitized countries will suffer less from this scenario, and the AI controller will gain an unsurpassable information advantage for the rest of history, being able to gather every single secret information from others. Once again, the only solution would be two countries developing super-intelligent AIs at the same time, thus creating that feedback loop from the get-go. Connected brains theory. Super-intelligent AI will create new neural technologies, enabling us to have super-cognitive abilities, such as downloading information straight into our brain without having to study, telepathy, or the ability to perceive virtual realms as real, including video games. This will make us connected to a sort of brain internet, potentially enabling us to have insane amounts of intelligence and knowledge, which can be imagined as every human brain connected into one hive mind. This is still a huge mystery, as it's not known if it's possible, but if it is, this would cause a reduction in individuality, and whoever refuses to join the program will be comparatively as intelligent as we consider ants right now, potentially impairing his quality of life. If possible, one of the only scenarios where humanity might obtain immortality would be updating their consciousness onto a digital simulation, where perceived time is slowed down and 1 millisecond in real life corresponds to millions of years in the simulated environment. However, this would come at an incredible risk, as if that technology comes into the wrong hands by hacking or by whatever other means, the wrong-illed malefactor would literally be able to do anything they want with the consciousness, such as put it in hell for eternity. Keep in mind that this is highly speculative, as both consciousness and the brain are currently between the most unknown aspects of life. Risky experiments. We will probably not be able to run experiments on how to properly align an AI's values or any other fancy experiments on it once it reaches superintelligence, as it poses too much of a risk. The logical conclusion is that the only time to try to perform these experiments is now, even though we can't perform them properly, since the AI isn't superintelligent. This adds to the unknown unknowns, increasing AI's risk. Furthermore, AI itself might choose pragmatically that a risky experiment that has a 1% chance of saving us from a distant remote threat of extinction is worth trying, with potentially catastrophic consequences. Once generative AI's content becomes indistinguishable from real content, using media as proof, both in court and and online for the public opinion will be impossible, removing the burden on who was actually caught doing stuff. Generative AI could also be easily employed to flood the internet with mixed truths and useless information, enhancing the effectiveness of the fire hose of falsehood tactic, where the public sees so much information that it can't know which story is true, having the same effect as secrecy. This might be countered with the use of good sources, but it will make it much harder for new such sources to arise, and it will centralize the power of information into a few hands, making it easier for corruption to arise. We're already seeing this problem arise, with propaganda from different states and purposeful disinformation. And since the only way to counter it is by seeing a multitude of sources at the same time, I'm glad that services like Ground News exist, which is also today's sponsor. For example, it enables us to see the different emphasis given by left-leaning and right-leaning sources to the fact that the Nebraska Supreme Court ruled that convicted felons who completed their sentences can now vote. 77 sources reported on the topic, mostly coming from center-leaning ones, creating what Ground News calls a potential blind spot of critical analysis for people who typically consume left-leaning or right-leaning news. As you can see, Ground News collects articles from across the political aisle to ensure readers have access to diverse perspectives on every story. In this article made by a left-leaning source, we see an emphasis of the possible consequences this decision might have on the U.S. presidential race, while this one made by a right-leaning source says that the Supreme Court upheld voting rights for felons. It's important to note, a news outlet's political lean doesn't guarantee similar views either. While the previous right-leaning source only said that voting rights for felons were upheld by the Supreme Court, this one also says that it could influence the U.S. election. As you can see, a single article viewing an issue through its biased lens could never give the breadth of insight our partners at Ground News provide. And it's exactly why I think they're the perfect solution to these types of tactics. Ground News doesn't tell you what to think. They gather the world's news to help you come to your own independent conclusions. And with notable figures like Trump and Harris often being the target of these misinformation campaigns, following their news on their dedicated election pages can really help you avoid being manipulated by the news you see and the news you don't. I really think Ground News mission aligns with what I aim to do here on my channel. So go to ground.news/TPE to stay informed with context you can't find anywhere else. Or scan my QR code for 40% off the same top-tier Vantage plan I use for unlimited access to all their features. Thanks again to Ground News for sponsoring this video. Generative AI. Once generative AI's content becomes indistinguishable from real content, using media as proof, both in court and online for the public opinion, will be impossible, removing the burden on who was actually caught doing stuff. Generative AI could also be easily employed to flood the internet with mixed truths and useless information, enhancing the effectiveness of the fire hose of falsehood tactic, where the public sees so much information that it can't know which story is true, having the same effect as secrecy. This might be countered with the use of good sources, but it will make it much harder for new such sources to arise, and it will centralize the power of information into a few hands, making it easier for corruption to arise. Behavioral sink. Between 1958 and 1962, this guy created a series of rat utopias, where rats were given unlimited access to food and water and protection from predators and diseases, enabling unrestrained population growth. What happened is counterintuitive. Female rats started being unable to carry the pregnancy to full term or to survive delivery of their kids if they did, and an even greater number, after successfully giving birth, did not fulfill the mother's role. Male rats, on the other hand, demonstrated sexual deviations, cannibalism, hyperactivity, or a withdrawal from which they would emerge to eat, drink, and move, only when the other rats were asleep. Infant mortality ran as high as 96% among the most disoriented groups in the population, and in one instance of this type of similar experiment, when the population density became too high, the population was on its way to extinction because they did not mate. Even though they had the physical ability to, they lost the social skills necessary to do it. Researchers argued that this work was about degrees of social interaction in a sort of social density. It's still debated if this applies to humans as well, even though some patterns can be seen as identical, like the fact that urban populations have long been noted to have lower fertility than their rural counterparts. If this theory would apply to humans as well, there's a chance that it could become one of the risks, even though it might be possible to counteract this with simple solutions like downloading social skills into the brain. Gray goo. If a future engineer is able to create nanobots so small that you can't see them without a microscope, but designed to build more of themselves using every material around them because of exponential growth, we would be swarmed by them even if one of them got out, and we wouldn't notice until it's too late. They would pretty much be impossible to stop, using every material the Earth has to reproduce, creating a gray goo. This could be one of the forms of democratized weapons of mass destruction, but it's
Yeah, good thing they showed this guy after they said gray goo. It makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, welcome, Lubas.
What's up, boss? The question I had was isn't AI technically just another search engine? I mean, the only difference, if you really analyze it deep enough, isn't the only difference that it speaks to you with words that you hear audibly, so you relate it to some sort of intelligence, when in fact it's just another search engine, no different than Google or whatever other search engine, right? Google gives you the information in a text form, and you sort of have to go over it. And this gives it to you in an audible form that we as humans place some sort of intelligence overlay onto, when in fact it's just another search engine and it can only search what it can find and what's been laid out for it. Right. And then you still have to do the determination on how that information is given, what value you give to that, information, right? And how it applies to whatever it is you're looking for. It's just, that's the question. Isn't it just another search engine? Anyone have an idea on that concept?
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of Alan Turing, I mean, he said, basically to ask the question, can a machine think, is basically not the right proposal. And he proposed an experiment where basically you put two sets of screens, right? And there's an operator on one end, there's an operator on another end, and the person's talking to another human on the other end. Right now, if the machine can convince the human on the other end that it's talking to a human instead of a machine, then that's all that needs to happen, right? Yeah, I think he fell out. Hello. Hello. Yeah, we're experiencing technical difficulties on the OTW News. Can the people hear me? The machine lies at this particular time?
Yeah, this is my bad. Sorry, I
Oh,
had to
whoop.
step away. I don't know what
Yeah, no
happened.
worries. No, I just
I
didn't
don't
know if you
even
were
know what
on.
happened. Like, did everybody just disappear? Did I
Yeah,
disappear? Is
I don't
this
know. You fell
real?
out. I think it froze.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
Am
this is the
I
thing.
real? Are you
something happened.
real?
I
Is
think AI is
anything
producing
real?
this show right now.
Is
Yeah, it's
anything real?
Otway that's managing the channel now.
Otway.
Yes,
Fuck
Otway.
Otway. That dirty bitch.
Right.
So
So
what
what
was
was
I
this?
didn't think I heard your answer at all because shit just went silent once I asked the question about, and you sounded like you had an interesting answer.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
I
I
was saying that basically Alan Turing gave up on trying to answer the question. A lot of the transhumanists, they gave up on trying to answer the question if a machine can become conscious or become thinking. All they're concerned with is if you have a human being communicating with another human being on the other end behind a screen, right? So they can't see who they're talking to, right? And you replace on the other end a machine and it's talking to a machine, but the human on the other end still thinks it's talking to a human, then that's all they're looking for. Is that, for it to be convincing enough for a human to think it's talking to a machine, right? So that's all they're going with. That's the minimal proof they're looking for. They're not looking for a machine to actually become conscious because they don't know what consciousness is.
Yeah,
They
and that's
just
how
want it to be
I
sophisticated enough for humans to believe that it does.
Yeah, that's how I envision
Exactly.
this whole thing. None of this is about intelligence as far as I'm concerned, because I really don't believe that a machine can only take in and regurgitate whatever information is that it has been input. You know, the input that it's given is the output that it has available to it, nothing more, nothing less. And so that whatever information it gives you, you still have to be the one that determines what value it has and how to use it. In the end, it's the human that makes that determination. So is it intelligent? No, absolutely not. It's just passing information that someone else has inputted into this
Right. But this isn't
machine.
just one person, you know, because it's not a person that's thinking, it's a system.
Right.
Right. So it's a lot of people inputting information at the same time. Right. Now, you don't control what particular information or what the AI decides based on what all the people are putting in there.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So
Right.
what information it spits out, you know, that's not supposedly controlled by one person. I mean,
No, absolutely it can't be. That's what I
right.
suspect.
Yeah, it's a team
That's
of
what
evil
the
people.
algorithm is. That's what I don't know exactly what the word algorithm means. Maybe you can ask the AI. What does algorithm actually mean? Or unless you guys know better than me,
Yeah.
maybe I'm
It's just a mathematical equation that was formulated by a guy named Algorithmy. He was an Arab mathematician.
And
So
so
it's a mathematical pattern.
so if I ask it a question regarding the Bible, let's say, it's going to go through certain equations in order to find the answer to that question.
Yeah,
Based on
essentially.
Think of
numbers.
it as a frequency.
Yeah, it's combining two different systems. One is math and the other is logic. Right, and it's comparing a bunch of data based on those two systems. Essentially, cybernetics is math and logic combined.
Oh, I don't know. That one got stuck in my throat. The word logic.
Yeah, it's like how I explain it is essentially, you know, math is like to science, you know, what logic is to language.
Okay, if you look
You
at
know,
it
so
that
like
way, I guess.
yeah, like you can't like logic is about statements. It's about making statements, you know, and those statements need language. You know, and science is based off of mathematical systems, right? If you could prove things based off of mathematical systems, I mean, so
Right.
those two things combine, you know, where math and logic combine, right? Essentially, you can have a machine perform logical functions. This is how a computer was developed, right?
Yes, I get
So
that part of
that's
it. It's
essentially, so
just
you plug in information and then it deduces based off of logical functions, which you could program based off of mathematical equations, right?
yeah. No, I get what you're saying. It's just that the word logic to me implies uh, making a choice between something, whatever it might be. I mean, it's logical that a cat doesn't bark. It's logical that a dog doesn't meow. Those are logic. That's how I see logic.
Yeah. Yeah, and for Arctic Timberwolf, I'm mainly talking about the entire system together, right? I'm talking about math and logic that's used to program the entire system. So I'm not talking about the algorithm specifically right now, right? I'm talking about symbolic logic, which was used to create the cybernetic language, which is a combination of mathematics and logic, formulated by the by the Principia Mathematica by Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, right? Which is the coding language, right?
All right, so I'm just going to play the rest of this video. Oops, volume.
Of evidence of alien life, despite the apparently high gray goo.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't fucking muted.
Future engineer is able to create nanobots so small that you can't see them without a microscope, but designed to build more of themselves using every material around them because of exponential growth. We would be swarmed by them even if one of them got out, and we wouldn't notice until it's too late. They would pretty much be impossible to stop, using every material the Earth has to reproduce, creating a gray goo. This could be one of the forms of democratized weapons of mass destruction, but it's too famous to not be its own entry. Superintelligent destruction. The Fermi paradox is the discrepancy between the lack of evidence of alien life, despite the apparently high likelihood of its existence. And one of the theories that explain why this might be the case is the Great Filter Theory. This theory suggests that something prevents life from reaching advanced civilizations capable of space exploration or communication. And in my opinion, AI is the biggest filter after the discovery of nuclear weapons. If we ever manage to surpass this filter, the human population could grow exponentially as we colonize other planets. But this also increases the risk of a war between interplanetary civilizations, as there would be more of them. All it would take is one of these wars between the two to cause superintelligent AIs to fight and pose the risk of causing universal level destruction, such as the disruption of the fabric of space and time. Of course, it's still not known if levels of threat this large can exist, but it's still a possibility. Other side of the coin. Everything said here is highly speculative, and AI might also save us from other risks like pandemics, nuclear wars, climate change, or external threats. These types of predictions have always been made in the past when new disruptive technologies emerged, such as the Photoshop and generative AI fears that media should have already become useless as proof. It's obvious that superintelligent AI will probably be more incredible than the discovery of fire, with unthinkable benefits in every field, entertainment included. It's said that it would be the last human invention, as every other invention from that point on would be made by AI. Some also argue that superintelligent AIs will enable us to achieve similar levels of intelligence through a machine-brain connection, thus possibly enabling us to understand what the machine is doing and keeping it under control, while potentially reducing the risk of conflict between humans through logic and reasoning. If this isn't the case, AI development might still be slowed down by several bottlenecks, giving humans more time to adapt to its changes. There's what's called a data wall, which consists of running out of internet data to feed these AIs, or the spending scale-up problem, which consists of the need for more and more spending as results become harder to get, while even the biggest businesses reach the feasible limit of what they can afford. Hardware gains also have played a huge part in the rapid growth of AI, and they might be a bottleneck to the expected intelligence explosion. There's also the problem of limited compute, even though we might be able to use it 10 times more efficiently, and the problem of complementarities, which says that even if 90% of a process is automated with AI, the 10% of human necessity will slow down the process incredibly. Some have also hypothesized that the unemployment that comes with automation in the first phase of the intelligent explosion will reduce demand for AI products, and thus remove incentives for companies to do AI research. Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen argued the opposite of accelerating returns, the complexity break, which says that the more progress science makes towards understanding intelligence, the more difficult it becomes to make additional progress, potentially causing a slowdown or plateau in the future. This theory might be confirmed by the fact that the number of new patents peaked in the period from 1850 to 1900 and has been declining since, even though this doesn't take into account how disruptive these discoveries were. People like Ramez Nam pointed out that we already see recursive self-improvement by superintelligences within companies such as Intel that have the collective brain power of tens of thousands of humans and probably millions of CPU cores to design better CPUs, yet this has not led to a discovery explosion. Lastly, if we lived in the 1940s, we could have guessed that humanity would have likely ended with the newly discovered nuclear weapons, but it didn't happen yet, which is why theories should always be taken with a grain of salt. The ones I talked about in this video aren't even all of the existential risks we face, but just the AI ones. Check out this video to see the others.
I'm kind of retarded.
All right, folks. I think we have come to the down point of the broadcast. I believe we'll be shutting this down, and we will be back tomorrow. So thank you very much for everyone to be here today.
You're
Thank
useless,
you, Lucas. Thank you,
OTW.
TML.
Why
Thank you,
don't you
Just
just
White.
carry the broadcast? If no one else can do it, why can't you do it? What kind of broadcaster are you?
I've been live for 4 hours. It's a good live.
Yeah, but you've done nothing.
But I gotta do shit. Yeah, exactly. I have to go do real stuff.
All right, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks for
Bye.
having me, OTW. Appreciate
All
it.
right, thanks, Jess. TML, you have any last words? You want to promote your channel, Jess? Well, I was gonna say Jess too, but
yeah. Blessings to Jess. Yeah, I just want to say that out of all the quote unquote existential risks they pointed out, all of them could be summed up in just being technological risks. So this is the idea, is that they're trying to obfuscate the issue right, about technological progress, all of those scenarios were existential risks based on technological progress. And yet within the scenarios, they said, oh, it might be that technological progress is something we can't control. Well, obviously, if technology is threatening humanity at the level of existential risk to humanity itself, I think it's time to start asking the question, do humans control technological progress? Right. And that's all I'll say right now. Right. But yeah, that and many more questions. We'll be talking about transhumanism tonight on my show. Obviously, it's one of the main topics of my show, so I'm happy to join other shows that are willing to talk about it. I mean, blessings, OTW. Thank you for having me.
All right. Peace, TML. And be sure to go check out his broadcast tonight where he'll be covering similar topics that we covered today. So, be sure to go check out TML over at the Machine Lies. All right, so thanks, everybody, for being here today. This is OTW signing out, coming at you from the belly of the beast. Peace.